Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 1 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Because every tale must have a beginning, let us begin our tale tonight outside the walls of a great city, whose domes and minarets and spires seem as countless as the stars which shine down frostily from a cold, cloudless sky. It is an ancient city, this, one whose history is studded with magnificence and horror, with pride and tragedy, with notable events enough to mark every single stone in its narrow, cobbled streets. We approach the gates which lead to the palace, the gates through which have passed the great diplomats of the time, the crowned heads of Europe, men of stature, women of surpassing beauty. But only because we are unseen guests may we pass.
Halt! The password, Alexandrina. Pass, friend.
And now we are beneath the ornate balconies of the palace, caught in the reflections of the blaze of light and beauty from the huge ballroom above. Valiantly, the bands of two famous regiments of horse vie with each other in the making of polkas and mazurkas, schottisches and waltzes. And gallantly do uniformed men and splendid ladies take the floor to their sweet strains. This is the new palace, Moscow, in the reign of the Czar.
Sire, a fresh dispatch.
Prince,
From Tomsk.
is the wire cut beyond that city?
Yes, sire, since yesterday.
Telegraph hourly to Tomsk, General, and keep me informed of all that occurred.
It shall be done, sire.
Step aside with me, Kisov. I should like to discuss this matter with you.
Sire.
We are then without intelligence from the Grand Duke since yesterday.
Without any, sire. And I fear that shortly dispatches will no longer cross the Siberian frontier.
But have not the troops of the province of Irkutsk received orders to march upon Irkutsk itself?
The orders were transmitted by the last telegram we were able to send beyond Lake Baikal.
And the governments of Yeniseisk and Tobolsk, are we still in direct communication with them as before the insurrection?
Yes, sire. Our dispatches have reached them, and we are assured at the present moment that the Tartars have not advanced beyond the Irtish and the Obi.
I see. And the traitor, Ivan Ogareff, are there no tidings of him?
None. The head of the police cannot state whether or not he has crossed the frontier.
Let a description of him be immediately dispatched to every telegraphic station still open to us.
Your order will be instantly carried out, sire.
Observe the strictest silence as to this matter. You may leave.
Good evening, my dear Blunt. I've been looking for you. Is it not a charming scene? The lights reflected in the mirrors, the uniforms, the many lovely ladies, the music. I have telegraphed already. Splendid. Yes. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to remark to my cousin. Your cousin? My cousin Madeleine. It is with her I correspond, and she likes to be quickly and well informed. I therefore remarked to her that during this notable evening, a cloud appeared to overshadow the sovereign's brow.
To me, it seemed radiant.
And naturally you made it radiant in the columns of the Daily Telegraph.
Naturally. One has to report what one sees. Even you, my dear Jolivet. To your cousin Madeleine.
Tell me, Mr. Blunt, do you remember what is said to have occurred at Zaret in the year 1812?
I remember it as well as if I'd been there, sir.
Then you know that in a fete given in his honor, It was announced to the Emperor Alexander that Napoleon had just crossed the Niemen with the vanguard of the French army. Nevertheless, the Emperor did not leave the fete, and notwithstanding the extreme gravity of intelligence, which might cost him his empire, he did not allow himself to show more uneasiness
than our host exhibited when General Kissoff informed him that the telegraph wires had just been cut between the frontier and the government of Irkutsk.
Ah, you are aware of that?
I am.
As regards myself, it would be difficult to avoid knowing it, since my last telegram reached Udinsk.
And mine only as far as Krasnoyarsk.
Then you know also that orders have been sent to the troops of Nikolaevsk?
I do, sir. And at the same time, a telegram was sent to the Cossacks of the government of Tobolsk to concentrate their forces.
Nothing can be more true, Mr. Blunt. I am equally well acquainted with these measures. And you may be sure that my dear cousin shall know something of them tomorrow.
Exactly as the readers of the Daily Telegraph shall know it also, Monsieur Jolivet.
Well, when one sees all that is going on.
And when one hears all that is going on.
An interesting campaign to follow, Mr. Blunt.
I shall follow it, Monsieur Jolivet.
Sire. Telegrams past Tomsk no longer, sire.
A courier this moment. And send the chief of police. I shall wait in the anteroom. Enter. You wish to speak with me, sire? I did. As my chief of police, you can perhaps tell me something of Ivan Ogareff. He is an extremely dangerous man, sire. He ranked as colonel, did he not? Yes, sire. Was he an intelligent officer? Very intelligent. But a man whose spirit it was impossible to subdue. He possessed an ambition which stopped at nothing, and so became involved in secret intrigues. It was then that he was degraded from his rank by His Highness the Grand Duke and exiled to Siberia. How long ago was that? 2 years since. Pardoned after 6 months of exile, by your Majesty's favor, he returned to Russia. And since that time, has he not revisited Siberia? Yes, sire. But he voluntarily returned there. There was a time when none returned from Siberia. Well, whilst I live, Siberia is and shall be a country whence men can return. Sire. Did not Ivan Ogareff return to Russia a second time after that journey through the Siberian provinces, the object of which remains unknown? He did. And have the police lost trace of him since? No, sire. For an offender only becomes really dangerous from the day he receives his pardon. You are not questioning my interior policy, General? No, sire. Where was Ivan Ogareff last heard of? In the province of Perm, in the town of Perm itself. What was he doing? He appeared unoccupied, and there was nothing suspicious in his conduct. When did he leave Perm? About the month of March. Where he went is unknown, as he was not then under police surveillance. But I know where he went, General. I have received anonymous communications which did not pass through your department. And in the face of events now taking place beyond the frontier, I have every reason to believe that they are correct. Do you mean that Ivan Ogareff has a hand in this Tartar rebellion? I do. I will tell you something else. After leaving Perm, Ogareff crossed the Ural Mountains, entered Siberia, and attempted to foment rebellion on the Kyrgyz steppes. He went to free Turkestan and found chiefs willing to pour their Tartar hordes into Siberia and excited general rising in Asiatic Russia. The storm has been gathering. Now it has burst. All communication between eastern and western Siberia have stopped. Moreover, Ivan Ogareff, thirsting for vengeance, aims at the life of my brother. Your Majesty has, of course, given orders that this rebellion must be suppressed as soon as possible. Yes, of course.
As far as our telegrams could reach, troops are on the move. Cossacks are advancing by forced marches towards the Urals. But unfortunately, some weeks must pass before they can attack the Tartars.
And Your Majesty's brother, His Highness the Grand Duke, is now isolated in Irkutsk and no longer in direct communication with Moscow?
That is so.
But by the last dispatches, he must know what steps have been taken by Your Majesty and what help he may expect from the governments nearest to that of Irkutsk.
He knows that. But what he does not know is that Ivan Ogareff, as well as being a rebel, is playing the part of a traitor, and that in him he has a bitter and personal enemy.
I see.
Ogareff owes his disgrace to my brother, and my brother does not know Ogareff. His plan, therefore, is to go to Irkutsk, offer his services to the Grand Duke, and then, when the Tartars have invested the city, betray it and my brother, whose life is directly threatened. This is what the Grand Duke does not know, and it is what he must know.
Well, sire, an intelligent, courageous courier.
I am expecting one at any moment. Enter.
Sire, the courier waits.
Good. I will talk with him. What is his name?
His name, sire, is Michael Strogoff.
So our story of old Russia moves swiftly to a new point of interest as the Courier of the Czar is announced. What kind of man is this Michael Strogoff? And what will be his mission across the wild country of Siberia? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 2 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. In the ballroom of the new palace, Moscow, the Tsar had received serious news by telegraph from Siberia. A dangerous political exile, Ivan Ogareff, had stirred the Tartar hordes to rebellion against Russia, and his armies were advancing down towards the border. Somehow, the Grand Duke, the Tsar's brother, must be warned that Ivan Ogareff, unknown personally to the Grand Duke, would sooner or later make an attempt upon his life. And to carry the vital message, the Tsar ordered that a courier be summoned immediately. Soon, General Kissoff returned to the anteroom with news that the courier was waiting. His name? Michael Strogoff.
Michael Strogoff. He has to travel some 3,500 miles to Irkutsk, passing through the ranks of the rebels. It will need superhuman courage and intelligence.
I will answer for him to Your Majesty.
Has he been in the service of the palace?
Yes, sire. I know him personally, and at various times he has filled difficult missions with success.
Abroad?
In Siberia itself.
I see. Where does he come from?
From Omsk. He is a Siberian.
He has the qualities necessary to carry out such a mission as this? Coolness, intelligence, courage?
All those and more, sire.
What is his age?
30.
His background, his family life?
His father is dead. His mother, Marfa Strogoff, still lives in the old home at Omsk. I believe that Michael is devoted to her.
There are no other affairs of the heart?
None.
Excellent. Let him enter.
Sire?
Your name?
Michael Strogoff.
Your rank?
Captain in the Corps of Couriers of the Czar.
Do you know Siberia?
I am a Siberian. My mother lives at Omsk.
Michael Strogoff, here is a letter which I charge you to deliver into the hands of the Grand Duke, and to none other but him.
I will deliver it, sire.
The Grand Duke is in Irkutsk.
Then I will go to Irkutsk.
You will have to traverse a rebellious country invaded by Tartars, whose interest it will be to intercept this letter.
I will traverse it.
Above all, you must beware of the traitor Ivan Ogareff, who will perhaps meet you on the way.
I will beware of him, sire.
Will you pass through Omsk?
Sire, that is my route.
If you visit your mother, there will be a risk that you may be recognized. You must not visit her.
I will not see her.
Swear to me that nothing will make you acknowledge who you are or where you are going.
I swear it.
Michael Strogoff, take this letter. On it depends the safety of all Siberia, and perhaps the life of my brother, the Grand Duke. You will pass whatever happens.
I shall pass, or they shall kill me.
I want you to live.
I shall live, and I shall pass.
Go then. Go for God, for Russia, for my brother, and for myself.
Sire.
You have made a good choice there, General Kisov.
I think so, sire. And your Majesty may be sure that Michael Strogoff will do all that a man can do.
Yes. Yes, he is indeed a man.
This document will give you some assistance, Captain Strogoff. Naturally, we cannot give you any document which would reveal you as a courier of the Czar.
Naturally, General Kisov.
Read it.
This document authorizes Nicholas Korpanov, merchant of Irkutsk, to travel thence, either alone or accompanied by one or more persons. In the event of the Muscovite government forbidding natives of any other country to leave Russia, this document authorizes Nicholas Korpanov to travel unhindered. So, I am now Nicholas Korpanov.
That is so. This will help you in the matter of post horses. Although, of course, you will have no power to demand conveyance for your own personal use. You are not a courier, but an ordinary traveler, and as such, exposed to all the impediments of an ordinary journey. You must pass unknown and unrecognized.
The first few 100 miles present no difficulty, General. I shall travel by rail and carriage to the Russian frontier. After that, you have only your own wit and courage to guide you. Dress in a manner befitting your new station. Carry your arms hidden. See everything. And say nothing. Goodbye, Michael. Goodbye, General.
So far, so good. This train reaches Novgorod in 10 hours' time. I may be able to snatch a few hours' sleep, if these talkative gentlemen allow me. I must be careful and say nothing to incriminate myself. I am dressed like a merchant, and am not. These men are merchants. They talk like merchants.
The Tartars have invaded Russia. What sort of affair will it be in Novgorod? Answer me that. The fair will probably be closed by the police.
All I've heard is rumors. Rumors you can always hear. But they do say that caravan teas are up.
There's no fear of teas falling. Those in the market at Novgorod will be easily cleared off by the west. Unfortunately, it won't be the same with Bukhara carpets.
What, are you expecting goods from Bukhara?
No, from Samarkand. And that route is even more exposed.
Well, if the carpets don't arrive, the bills won't either.
No, the profits.
Better take care. Not speak more than is necessary. The police are not over particular. And you never know who your traveling companions are.
Yes, I agree. All the horses in Siberia will be requisitioned if all one hears is true. But who knows what's really going on in this country?
I have heard of a concentration of troops on the frontier. The Don Cossacks have already gathered along the course of the Volga. They are to be opposed to the rebels.
If the rebels ascend the Irtish, the road to Irkutsk won't be safe. Besides, yesterday I wanted to send a telegram to Krasnoyarsk and couldn't be forwarded. Yes, eastern Siberia will be completely isolated if something's not done.
As I said before, the affair at Novgorod won't end as brilliantly as they say it has begun. Safety of Russia first. Business is only business after all.
Yes, I agree. We're approaching Vladimir. The police will visit us, I expect. Especially now.
You may train. Your papers are in order. Alex Santhoff, merchant, traveling to Novgorod for the fair. You may train. Your papers are in order. Your name?
Nadia Fedor.
You're from Riga?
Yes.
You're going to Irkutsk?
Yes.
By what route?
By Perm.
Your papers are in order. Take care to have your permit visaed at the police station of Novgorod. You may train.
Speak here, miss.
Thank you.
Name, Nadia Fedor. Age, about 20. Hair, golden brown. Eyes, brown. Character, sweet-tempered, calm, energetic. Yes, she's very beautiful. I wonder why she's going to Irkutsk. Does she expect to journey there alone? It'll be extremely dangerous. Too dangerous.
I wonder who he is. He looks like a soldier, although he's dressed as an ordinary traveler. Perhaps he's a spy. Oh, no, he isn't a spy. His face is too kindly. He's a man of action, strong, courageous. I'm glad he's sitting opposite me. It'll make the journey to Irkutsk seem less dangerous. Now he's watching me, pretending to sleep. I shall turn my face away and look out of the window. Somehow, I don't mind him looking at me. I don't mind at all.
Hey, wake up.
Eh? What's the matter?
Sit up straight, man. You are falling over the young lady's shoulder.
And how does that concern you?
Do you wish me to show you how it concerns me, little brother?
Eh? Well, I fell asleep. I'm sorry, miss.
It was nothing. Thank you.
Hey, what's the matter? Train seems to be going faster.
There's something wrong.
Look out!
What has happened? Is this the first obstacle in Michael Strogoff's journey? Who is the girl, Nadia Fedor, who is also traveling alone to the city of the Grand Duke? Listen again for another exciting episode in our story of Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 3 of the story, adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Traveling in the disguise of a merchant, Michael Strogoff has begun the first stage of his journey to Irkutsk. In the compartment of the train, his fellow travelers are mostly merchants, making for the great fair at Novgorod. But one person in whom Michael takes a particular interest is a young girl named Nadia Fedor, who is also traveling to Irkutsk. The journey has been uneventful until they reach a point some 5 miles outside Novgorod, when suddenly there's a tremendous crash as the train appears to leave the line. In a moment, all is confusion.
Do not move. It's safer to remain in the compartment. It has not been damaged.
I am not afraid.
I knew you would not be. Wait here and I'll find out the cause and extent of the accident.
I will wait.
Noise and confusion, there was little damage. The engine failed to take a sharp curve and ran off the line into an embankment. The line will be cleared within an hour.
Thank you. You have been very kind.
It's been a pleasure. You were very brave. Perhaps we will meet again in Novgorod.
Perhaps. But I do not think so.
River steamer leave for Perm?
The Caucasus leaves at noon tomorrow, brother.
Is that the earliest?
It is.
17 hours to wait. 17 hours wasted.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. I'll take a passage on the steamer.
Name?
Nicholas Korpanoff, merchant.
Very well. Here you are.
Can you advise me where I might find lodging for the night? I'm a stranger in Novgorod.
Lodging will be hard to find in the city while the fair is on. But try your fortune at the sign of the city of Constantinople. It is a poor place, but clean, and the food is good.
Thank you.
17 hours. 17 hours. But there's no other route to Perm. I shall have to be patient. I wonder what happened to the girl, Nadia. I wonder why she's going to Irkutsk. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Now, the sign of the city of Constantinople. I hope it's leets clean.
Mr. Korpanoff, not over large, but clean. What will you have to eat?
Whatever you have to offer, I'm not particular.
A stuffed goose, perhaps. Curds and a jug of kvass?
Thank you. I'll have it here in my room.
Very well. You are a merchant, I take it?
Yes.
Come to Novgorod for the fair?
Yes.
I like Novgorod at fair time. You meet a lot of interesting people. Siberians, Germans, Cossacks, Turkomans, Perimans, Georgians, Greeks, Hindus, Chinese. They all come to the fair to buy and sell. Oh, by the way, what do you sell?
Nothing.
Ah, then you buy.
As little as I can.
Ah, I can see you're used to shrewd dealing. A close mouth and a tight purse. Hey, my friend?
The wise man observes the rule.
Indeed, yes. And I can see that you're used to handling big money. You've made a few deals in your time, and I'll warrant you've not lost by any of them. Well, you can have your choice down at the fair. Furs, precious stones, caravan teas, European bronzes, Swiss clocks, English cottons, spices, perfumes, anything under the sun. Oh, and that reminds me. Talking of England, I had a foreigner here today. He spoke Russian, of course, but he was terribly curious.
When?
No, there's no need to jump like that. He was a harmless sort. He came just after the train got in from Vladimir.
What did he want to know?
Everything.
Everything?
All about the fair, about the people, what they thought of all the rumors flying about, what I thought of them. I soon told him what I thought of him. I nearly filled his notebook for him.
Notebook?
He had a little book, yes. He wrote down everything I told him. Oh, I hope he wasn't from the police. But I didn't say more than I should have, I think.
The wise man watches his tongue in these times, brother.
True. My wife has often warned me about my habit of engaging strangers in conversation. But I like conversation. It is the poor man's relief in troublous times. It relieved my friend Peter Sonsky of his life last year. At least he's not returned from Siberia. That is a depressing thought. But you yourself, you would not be from the police.
No, brother. But tell me, this man who came to see you today, what was he like?
Oh, a thin, tall man, quite dark-skinned. When he spoke, he moved his hands in the air a great deal like this.
He didn't give his name?
No. But when I asked him why he wanted all the information, he said it was for his cousin Madeleine.
His cousin Madeleine?
A queer one she must be, Mr. Kopanoff. Fancy writing such rubbish to your female cousin. Come to think of it, fancy writing at all. Well, I must be off. I have a full house tonight. My wife will be searching for me. Will you have supper with us?
No, thank you. I'll walk in the streets for a while before I turn in. Good night.
Good night.
A thin, tall man, quite dark-skinned. When he spoke, he moved his hands in the air a great deal. I must watch out for him. He may be... Oh, no. No, they couldn't have discovered me yet. Chance only. Well, I'll take a stroll down to the fairgrounds and listen to the latest rumors. This is a comfortable bench. I must take care that I don't fall asleep. This seems like a gypsy camp. The Zingaris, out to tell fortunes and entertain with music. At a price. My innkeeper would call them shrewd dealers.
Hey, you!
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm resting. If it's any business of yours.
Do you mean to stay all night on that bench?
Yes, if I feel inclined to do so.
Come forward and let's take a look at you.
It isn't necessary.
When I say come forward...
Come, the supper is ready.
Coming, Sangari. But there is a spy here. I don't like to let him bide near us.
Oh, let him be. He can do no harm.
Yes, you're right, Sangari. Tomorrow we are starting. For tomorrow the little father sends us where we are going. You, my friend, take my advice and leave here immediately. It is not healthy for spies.
Nicholas Korpanoff. You inquired yesterday, did you not?
The boat leaves at noon, as planned?
Yes, there is no...
Stand aside! Police here! Read this notice when it's tacked on the wall. It concerns you all.
A document of some importance, surely. Can you read it from here?
Yes. Nadia.
What does it say?
By order of the governor of Novgorod. First, all Russian subjects are forbidden to quit the province upon any pretext whatever. Second, all strangers of Asiatic origin are commanded to leave the province within 24 hours.
Well, that affects you, Mr. Korpanoff. No Russians to leave the province.
Yes. Where is the police station?
At the corner of the great square. You won't miss it. There will be quite a few seeking permits to travel beyond the frontier. Although, poor chance they'll have to do that.
Back again, Mr. Korpanoff. We were wondering what would happen to you.
I have been seeking a friend.
Oh, you'll have a job to find anyone in the city since the police order came out. The fair is closing down. By tonight, there won't be a soul in the place. Oh, I pity them. They'll have a few miles to travel, most of them, before they find free soil. But what about yourself? Will you be able to continue your journey? Wherever you're going, that is.
I'll make shift. Now, let's settle our account. The Caucasus sails at noon for Perm, and I have much to do.
Ah, yes, the account. Now let me see. 4 kopecks for the room, 10 kopecks
Make way there. Stand aside, please. Nadia, I mean, forgive me. I saw you sitting alone. You're in trouble?
I did not know that all Russians were forbidden to leave the province. I came here to have my permit visit, and they told me... Oh, but it is nothing. You must not concern yourself with my affairs.
Listen to me. There is little time. Do you still wish to go to Irkutsk?
I must.
Listen, then. I have a permit which will take me out of Russia. It allows for just such a contingency as this. Also, it allows me to travel in company with another. Will you go with me to Irkutsk as my sister?
I will, brother.
So be it. Wait here for me and speak with none. When I've presented my permit, we'll go down to the river and board the Caucasus. It sails at noon.
I will follow you, brother, wherever you may take me.
So Michael has met once again with Nadia Fedor, the beautiful girl who for some reason dares to brave the dangers of the road to Irkutsk. Now Michael's journey has really begun, but unknown to him, other eyes have been watching him, and at least one person in the city of Novgorod is aware of his identity. Who was the gypsy whom Michael met? And what did his strange words to the woman Sangari mean? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 4 of the story, adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. When Michael Strogoff, traveling under the name of Nicholas Korpanoff, decided to offer his protection to Nadia Fedor, also journeying to Irkutsk, his motives were twofold. Firstly, he wished to protect the girl from the rigors of the trip. And secondly, he realized that she might be of use to him in his long journey across Siberia. Nicholas Korpanoff, merchant, might be suspected as a courier of the Czar if he traveled alone. But Nicholas Korpanoff, accompanied by his sister, would undoubtedly be received with far less suspicion. So it was that at precisely 12 noon on the 17th of July, the merchant and his sister boarded the Caucasus and took up a position in the stern of the vessel. Soon the warps were cast off and the journey began, and the city of Novgorod began to slip by them as they broached the broader reaches of the river.
Are you also on board this vessel? You whom I met at the Imperial Ball in Moscow and barely glimpsed the streets of Novgorod.
Yes, it's me.
Well, really, I did not expect to be so closely followed.
Indeed. Oh, I'm not following you, sir. I am preceding you.
Precede? On the contrary, my dear Blunt. Let us march abreast, keeping in step like two soldiers on parade. And for the time at least, let us agree that one shall not pass the other.
I'm afraid that, like a soldier, I must let duty override personal feelings. I shall pass you.
We shall see, my dear Blunt, when we reach the theater of war. Until then, let us be traveling companions. Later, we shall have both the time and the occasion to be rivals.
Rivals we shall certainly be. Even, perhaps, enemies.
Ah, Mr. Blunt, there is a precision in your choice of phrase. I like it. At least one knows where one stands.
That is to the good, I think, Monsieur Jolivet.
Indeed it is. Would you mind if I state our respective situations?
Not at all.
Well, you are going to Perm, like me.
Like you.
And probably you will go from Perm to Ekaterinburg, since that is the best and safest route to cross the Ural Mountains.
Probably.
Once past the frontier, we shall be in Siberia, in the midst of the invasion.
We shall.
Then will be the time to say, each for himself, and God for
me.
For you, all by yourself. Well, since we have a whole week of neutral days before us, and since it is very certain that news will not shower down upon us by the way, let us be friends until we become rivals again.
Your hand on that, Monsieur Jolivet.
In passing, I might mention that I was able to telegraph the very words of the Novgorod order to my cousin Madeleine at 17 minutes past 10, precisely.
And I sent it to the Daily Telegraph at 13 minutes past 10, precisely.
Bravo, Mr. Blunt.
Excellent, Monsieur Jolivet.
I will try and match that.
It will be difficult.
Nevertheless, I shall try. Good day, Mr. Blunt.
Good day, Monsieur Jolivet.
You are going to Irkutsk, brother?
Yes, sister. We're traveling to the same destination. Wherever I go, you shall go.
I am very grateful to you, Nicholas Korpanoff. Are you curious about me?
It is none of my business.
Tomorrow I shall tell you why I left the shores of the Baltic to go beyond the Ural Mountains.
I ask you nothing, sister.
But you shall know. A sister should hide nothing from her brother. But I cannot today. I have suffered fatigue, sorrow.
Will you rest in your cabin? Come, I'll take you there.
Brother, what is it?
That man. The tall, thin man with the dark face.
But he is a passenger. I have seen him several times since we embarked.
His name?
I do not know. Oh, brother, you frighten me.
I'm sorry. Come, I'll take you to your cabin. It's this way.
And even at 6 rubles a bottle, it is excellent wine. It is genuine Pico, made from the fresh sap of the birch trees of the country.
At 6 rubles a bottle, my dear Jolivet, any wine is excellent, which helps to make drinking so much more pleasant.
The thin, dark man with his companion. Foreigners, obviously. They're very talkative. And inquisitive, too, if my host in Novgorod was to be believed. I must watch out for them, since they're probably following the same route as I am. Yeah, I shall keep them at a distance.
How beautiful it is at night.
Very beautiful.
Brother, this morning I told you that I would tell you my story. I was going to tell you tomorrow, but I have slept well and I feel strengthened.
I'm listening.
My name, as you are aware, I think, is Nadia Fedor. I am the daughter of an exile. My mother died at Riga scarcely a month ago, and I am going to Irkutsk to join my father and share his exile.
Since I am going there also, I shall thank heaven if it enables me to give Nadia Fedor safe and sound into her father's hands.
Thank you. Tell me, Nicholas, how were you able to leave Novgorod after the police order came out?
I carry a document which was made out by officials who foresaw that such an order would be necessary. The Russian authorities cannot hinder my progress.
I had a permit which authorized me to go to Irkutsk, but the police order at Novgorod annulled it. If you had not proffered help, I should have perished there.
You are very brave to have even attempted the journey across the steppes.
The Tartar invasion was not known when I left Riga. I did not learn the news until I reached Moscow.
And notwithstanding that, you carried on?
It was my duty.
Why was your father exiled?
He was a much esteemed physician in Riga. One day the police came. They said that he had been connected with a secret society in the city. He protested, but it was no use. They had an order with them which bade him start for Irkutsk without delay. They escorted him beyond the frontier.
And your mother?
She died a year and a half later. I had no money, nothing to live for in Riga. So I asked permission to join my father in Irkutsk. This the authorities allowed me to do. Now I am on my way. Thanks to my brother, Nicholas Kobanov.
It was a fortunate meeting. We shall go by Kasan and Perm, leave this vessel there, and then take the great stage road through Ekaterinburg and Tiumen. There are relays well supplied by the government, and my papers will help us to obtain the best post horses available. Shh, Nadia, listen.
Petrov said that a courier has been sent from Moscow to Irkutsk.
I have heard.
Either this courier will arrive too late, or he will not arrive at all.
It is better that he does not arrive at all.
True. If we should chance to meet with him...
I will be on the alert. If there is a courier, I shall smell him out and eat him.
It is your business, Petrov. That courier must not reach Irkutsk.
Nicholas, what were they saying? I could not understand the language. It was the gypsy tongue, was it not?
Yes, they were gypsies.
But why did you bid me hush? Were they talking about us?
No, I'd heard the voice of the first before, in Novgorod. He was a gypsy. But it's nothing, Nadia. A mere coincidence that intrigued me.
Oh.
Come, it's time for you to return to your cabin. You must get some sleep.
But I do not want...
Come, Nadia.
Yes, Nicholas. You will try and sleep.
No, I'll stay up on deck. I don't want to sleep. I must not sleep.
My dear Jolivet, I thought you would be left behind in Kazan. Oh, no matter. My cousin would have allowed me to charter a boat or hire a horse. Oh, what could I do? It was such a long way from the key to the telegraph office.
Ah, you found the telegraph office?
Exactly, my dear Blanc.
Is it still working to Caliban?
I could not say. But I can assure you it is still working from Kazan to Paris.
You sent a dispatch to your cousin?
With enthusiasm.
What have you learned?
Something which the readers of the Daily Telegraph will hear from Paris in the morning. The Tartars, with Fearful Khan at their head, have passed Semipolatinsk and are descending the Irtish River. What do you think of that?
Descending the Irtish? Which means that soon the route to Omsk will be cut, and all the towns beyond, right to Irkutsk.
So evil tidings of the great Tartar invasion reached the river steamer. What will Michael Strogoff do now? And what of the strange gypsies who are also on board the ship? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 5 of the story, adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. The river steamer Caucasus left Kazan for Perm with its assorted freight of human lives. And of them all, the most watchful, most silent, was Michael Strogoff, traveling in his guise of the merchant Korpanoff. On the 19th of July, the vessel reached Perm, and immediately Michael set out to find some conveyance which would take him on towards his destination. He dare not delay, for every hour meant some advance by the Tartar hordes towards Irkutsk, and he must reach the Grand Duke before the traitor, Ivan Ogareff.
Nicholas, have you been in this town before?
I have, Nadia. Marble, salt, coal, and gold are worked in the province. It's an important town, and yet there are no conveniences. I hope to find either a telga or a tarantass to carry us.
Will that be difficult?
I cannot say. Travelers coming in from the steppes sell their vehicles here before they take the steamer, and those following our route buy to take them across the steppes. Of course, there is the mail carriage, but that's been discontinued for the time being.
We could have gone with the mails.
No, I prefer to buy a vehicle and stimulate the zeal of the driver with a few tips. Come along, sister. We cannot delay. And there'll be many others looking for means of conveyance across the steppes. Well, we have it. A tarantass. The only one left in the whole of Perm.
You haggled over the price long enough, brother. And yet you sounded as if you were unused to such long-winded bargaining. You did not sound like a merchant.
Perhaps I have grown lazy.
It doesn't look a very comfortable vehicle.
It isn't. No springs, but it's solid and will stand the rough roads. You see, there are splashboards to protect us from mud and a leather hood to keep out either sun or rain. I wish I could have found a more comfortable conveyance for you.
I would have gone on foot, if need be, to rejoin my father.
I don't doubt your courage, Nadia. But the journey ahead is going to test us. There'll be physical fatigues to endure that will...
I shall endure them, whatever they may be. If you ever hear a complaint from my lips, then you may leave and continue your journey alone.
I know you'll...
There we are, my husband.
The post driver with his team.
Come on, my pets. Oh, wait there. Oh, there.
3 horses.
One is harnessed in to the long shafts there, the others to the side.
Yeah.
We'll need all their strength, Nadia.
No, Nicholas Kopanov.
I am he. Harness your horses quickly, driver. We must leave immediately.
Travelers are always in a hurry. Any luggage?
None besides that which we carry.
Crows at 6 kopecks a mile.
No, eagles at 9 kopecks a mile, with a tip besides.
Oh, brother, well, that's a different matter. Come on, my honeys, gee off there. Gee off there, my bouquets.
What did he mean, Nicholas? Crows, he said.
I understand their slang. A crow is a poor passenger who pays poorly. An eagle is, well, the opposite. You'll find that the imperial bird flies much more rapidly.
Well, we're ready, Mr. Kopanov.
Put up the hood. The sun is hot for my sister.
Oh, good. Are you all ready?
Drive on.
Come on now. Come on, my beauties. Come on there. My little pigeons, my doves, my pretty swallows. Fly now, you eagles. Fly!
I have calculated that there are about 200 miles between Perm and Ekaterinburg, Nicholas. Am I right?
Yes. And when we reach Ekaterinburg, we shall be at the foot of the Ural Mountains, on the opposite side to this.
How long will it take to get across the mountains?
48 hours. But we'll travel day and night. I say day and night because that is how I must go. I cannot rest until I reach Irkutsk.
I shall not delay you.
If the Tatar invasion has left the road open, we shall arrive in 20 days.
It is well that you know the road. How often have you made the journey?
Many times.
Had it been winter, we might have made better time, I expect.
Yes, on sleds across the ice. But frost and snow would have been hard for you to bear.
What matter? Winter is the friend of Russia.
Yes, Nadia. But what strength of mind and body is needed to endure that friendship? I've seen the temperature in the Siberian steppes fall to more than 40 degrees below freezing point. In spite of my reindeer coat, I felt my heart growing chill, my limbs stiffening, my feet freezing in triple woolen socks.
Oh, such cold.
I've seen my sleigh horses covered with a coating of ice, their breath congealed at their nostrils. My flask froze, and even a knife could make no impression on the brandy in it. But the sleigh flew like the wind. Imagine the plain, white and level, farther than the eye could reach. No rivers to cross at doubtful fords, no lakes to be crossed in boats. Hard ice everywhere. The route open, the road sure. But at what price of suffering, those alone could say would never return, but whose bodies lie lapped in snow on some bleak shore.
But you have returned, brother.
Yes, I'm a Siberian. And because my father was a hunter and took me everywhere with him, I became inured to hardship. I've told you of these things because I couldn't have borne to see you set out across the steppes in wintertime.
How many times have you crossed the steppes in winter?
3. Each time to see my mother in Omsk. She was expecting me.
And I am going to Irkutsk, where my father is expecting me. I am taking him my mother's last words. I mean by that, nothing would have prevented me from making this journey.
You're a brave girl, Nadia. God himself would have led you.
Changed the horses, brother?
I have. This merchant fellow drives us on as if the devil were behind him. Huh. Maybe he is, for all I know.
Who is he?
Nicholas Kopanov, merchant, bound for Irkutsk.
There's something about him I don't understand. I've met hundreds of merchants, and if that fellow's a merchant, I'll drag the tarantass to Ekaterinburg myself.
Aren't his papers in order?
They are, in perfect order. Tell me this, little brother. Why should he have papers authorizing him to use government horses to go beyond the frontier? No Russian to leave the provinces.
That was the order. And yet this fellow has papers dated even before the order was made by the government.
No matter. He pays well. Your job is to provide horses at the post. Mine is to drive them. Why should we worry about it?
Perhaps he's a political refugee, getting out before the storm breaks.
Nicholas Korpanoff, merchant, and his sister. That's what he says, brother. And as far as I'm concerned, that's enough. 9 kopecks a mile, with a good tip at every posting house. I should worry.
Are the horses ready, driver?
Oh, yes, Mr. Korpanoff. But we haven't eaten yet.
I've arranged for provisions to be taken with us. We must start immediately. Tell me, Postmaster, are there any vehicles ahead of us?
Yes, a Tolga carrying 2 men. They seem to be in as great a hurry as you.
Eagles, eh?
Eagles indeed, brother.
Let us begin immediately. Nadia, we're leaving.
Are you asleep?
No, Michael. I was dozing, I think.
Poor little sister. You're very tired?
No. Oh, yes. Very tired, Nicholas.
See beyond the mist? The mountains.
The Urals.
And across them lies a Katerinberg.
And rest.
Not for me.
Will we reach the mountains today?
In the late evening, I think. But I must cross them tonight. If we'd made better time, we could have done the journey in daylight. As it is, we have no choice.
They look very beautiful in the early sunlight.
Yes. Nadia, do you see the slight mist rising from the nearer valleys?
Oh, it is pretty.
It's a sign of trouble. There'll be a storm tonight. I hope we're not caught in it. A storm in the Urals is not pleasant.
The other vehicle is still ahead of us.
Yes, whoever they are, they're driving their beasts hard. I'd like to pass them before we reach a Katerinberg. Perhaps we will tonight.
Are the horses ready?
Aye.
The men in the Telga, have they attempted the night crossing?
Aye. An hour ahead.
Driver, we leave immediately. And a triple tip if we're in the city by morning.
Oh, did you hear that?
No matter. If we meet the storm, we can shelter. Come, Nadia. No rain yet and no wind. Driver, at what time will we reach the top of the ridge?
1 o'clock in the morning. If ever we get there at all.
Why, this won't be your first storm in the mountains, surely.
No. And pray heaven it won't be my last.
Are you afraid?
No. But I think you were wrong in starting at night.
I should have been still more wrong had I stayed.
Nicholas, the wind. Oh, look below. The chasm. If we should lose the road.
The storm's coming, Nadia. Be ready for anything. And put your life in my hands.
So Michael Strogoff and Nadia approached the most dangerous part of the mountain crossing. On one side, the rocky walls of the Urals tower blackly above them, and on the other, the road falls away into bottomless chasms, wherein the thunder rumbles ceaselessly. Can they outride the coming storm? And what of the 2 men ahead of them? Who are they? And what are they doing on this dangerous stretch of road? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. library of adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 6 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Night and day, Michael Strogoff drove himself on towards the distant goal. Now, attempting the crossing of the Ural Mountains at night, he and his companions are caught in one of the great storms which rage down these iron slopes and chasms. Dazzling flashes of lightning and immense peals of thunder light and crash on the scene. Trees bend their tops almost to the ground. Huge boulders are dislodged and rumble down the mountainside. In a moment, Michael and the driver are fighting for their lives and the life of Nadia Fedor. The maddened horses plunge on the very brink of the abyss as the two men struggle to hold the horses down.
Take that horse, driver! I'll take this one. We cannot stop here. The storm will send us to the bottom of the mountain. Hold them! Hold them! Nadia.
I am not afraid, Michael.
The worst of the wind will pass in a moment. Will you go back?
No, we must go on. Once past this turning, we will have the shelter of the slope.
But the horses won't move.
Do as I do and drag them on.
The storm will come back.
Do you mean to obey me?
Do you order it?
The Czar orders it.
Look! Look! A great boulder! We'll be crushed. Lift the mountain! Lift!
Oh, my brother. Are you hurt?
I am unhurt. God is with us, sister.
With me, truly, since he has sent you in my way.
There's a small cave along here a little further. You will be able to shelter.
You must go on.
It would be foolishness. The storm will soon pass now that the rain has begun. Once it has blown itself out, we can begin the descent.
Then let us wait. But if you delay, let it not be to spare me fatigue or danger.
In exposing us to further danger, I risk more than my life, more than yours. I risk the non-fulfillment of a task, a duty, which I must accomplish.
A duty?
A duty.
Oh, listen, brother. I heard cries.
Someone in distress ahead of us.
They can expect no help from us.
Why not?
You won't expose the carriage and the horses to...
I'll go on foot.
I will come with you.
No, stay here with the driver. I shall be back.
Your brother will be blown off the road or knocked down by a landslide. He was wrong to go out into the storm.
No, he was right.
Look at Devil's Postilion. Are you coming back or are you not?
He shall have a taste of the whip at the next stage.
Hello, below there. Oh, what an abominable driver. Here we are sitting in the rear half of the Telga, while the front half goes on to Ekaterinburg.
I'll make a complaint at the Chancellor's office and have the fellow hanged.
It is a very amusing situation, is it not?
I see nothing very amusing about it, nor will the driver of ours when I catch up with him.
Oh, there! Good heavens, another traveler. On foot in this storm.
Who is it?
Good morning, gentlemen. Are you in trouble?
Why, it is one of our friends from the river steamer. Let me introduce you to my intimate enemy, Mr. Blunt.
It is unnecessary, sir. We are already known to each other. I am Nicholas Korfanov, merchant of Irkutsk. But tell me, what has happened here?
Our driver has gone off in the front part of this thrice confounded Telga and left us quietly seated in the back part. No driver, no horses. Oh, that driver. He must have noticed the accident.
He may not have done. As you can see, your carriage is held together with rope for the most part, and the two front wheels run as easily as the whole four. The driver has probably not yet realized that he's left you behind.
What are we to do? If you are willing to harness yourself into what remains of our carriage, I will take the reins and call you my little pigeon, my little swallow, and see what good time we can make to Ekaterinburg. Apart from that, I have nothing to suggest.
Gentlemen, here is a better plan. We've now reached the highest ridge of the Ural chain, so we have now merely to descend the slopes of the mountain. My carriage is close by. I will lend you one of my horses, harness it to the remains of the Telga, and tomorrow, if no accident befalls us, we'll arrive together at our destination.
Well, that is a most generous proposal, sir.
In the circumstances, it's the best we can do. I would willingly offer you room in the Tarantass, but all the available space is taken up by my sister and myself.
Really, sir, with your horse and our half-Telga, my companion and I will go to the world's end.
But our own carriage...
It will not fly away, my dear Blunt. It has taken such good root in the ground that if it were left here until next spring, it would begin to bud.
Oh, come with me if you're ready, gentlemen. The Tarantass is not 200 yards back along the way.
Well, Mr. Covenant, you have certainly got us out of a bad scrape.
I have done no more than would have anyone in my position.
You've done us a good turn, sir. And if you're traveling further across the steppes, we may possibly meet again.
I am bound for Omsk.
Ah, Mr. Blunt and I go where danger lies. For where danger is, there will most certainly be news.
To the invaded provinces?
Precisely, Mr. Korpanoff. We may possibly meet there.
No, I don't think so. I'm a peaceful man. I have no love for the dangers you mentioned.
Oh, I'm sorry. We must only regret that we shall separate so soon. But on leaving Ekaterinburg, it may be our fortunate fate to travel together, if only for a few days.
Do you go on to Omsk?
We know nothing as yet. But we shall certainly go as far as this ship. And once there, our movements must depend on circumstances.
Well, then, we shall be fellow travelers as far as this ship.
Excellent. The storm is abating. Blowing itself out, I think.
Gentlemen, do either of you know, with any degree of certainty, where the Tatar invasion is?
We only know what was told us at Perm. Therefore Khan's Tatars have invaded the whole province of Semipalatinsk, and Belfast marchers are descending the course of the river Irtish. You must hurry if you wish to get to Omsk before them.
Yes, I must.
It is also reported that the traitor Ivan Ogareff has succeeded in passing the frontier in disguise. Therefore, he will not be long in joining Fairford Khan.
How is this known?
As these things are always known, by rumor.
But you have good reason to believe that Colonel Ogareff is in Siberia.
I heard it said that he was to take the road from Kazan to Ekaterinburg. Ah, you knew that, Mr. Blunt. I did. Did you also know that he went disguised as a gypsy?
A gypsy? The gypsies on board the steamer. The man of Novgorod.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, gentlemen. But you evidently lost no time at Kazan. In the matter of gathering news, that is.
True. Although Jolivet rather stole a march on me there.
Nadia! Follow me! Nadia! What are you?
Nicholas, the bear!
Get behind the carriage. I'll deal with him.
Bravo, my friend.
Nadia, you're not hurt.
No, the bear attacked the horses first. One broke away and the driver followed it. I found one of your revolvers in the carriage and managed to wound the bear.
Well, that was the shot we heard. Well, he's dead now.
For a simple merchant, Mr. Korpanoff, you handle a knife in a very masterful fashion.
In Siberia, gentlemen, we are obliged to do a little of everything.
And the young lady, your sister, she is worthy of you, sir.
Oh, there! I have the other horse.
And we have the bear. No thanks to you.
Oh, he is dead? Oh, and with a huntsman's stroke of the knife, too. A pity we haven't time to take his fur.
A great pity. But the storm has abated enough to allow us to continue our journey. One of our horses must be loaned to these gentlemen here. They've been abandoned, but can make do with a single beast.
Ah, 2 carriages instead of 1.
All right, my friend. We will pay double.
Oh, good. Good. Now then, my turtle doves, on to Ekaterinburg.
Yes, on to Ekaterinburg.
Michael Strogoff and his companions have weathered the great storm and prepare to make the descent to Ekaterinburg. What new adventures await Michael? And where is the traitor, Ogareff? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 7 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. With their new companions, the correspondents, Jolivet and Blount, Michael Strogoff and Nadia Fedor completed the journey down to Ekaterinburg without further mishap. Arriving there in the early morning, they found the town astir, for it was swollen to many times its normal size by the great influx of people fleeing from the threat of Feofar Khan and his Tartar hordes. The four travelling companions made their way to the posting house, there to find a meal and fresh horses. Harry Blount was still annoyed over the matter of the driver, who had left him in the mountains.
And the fellow even had the insolence to ask me for the tip I'd promised him. And did you pay it? Yes. I should bring a lawsuit against the fellow. A lawsuit in Russia? Did you never hear the story of the nurse who claimed payment for 12 months' care of a poor little infant? No. Then you do not know what that infant had become by the time judgment was given in favor of the nurse. No. What had he become? Colonel of the Imperial Guard.
You seem to have recovered from last night's discomfort. Have you managed to obtain a new vehicle?
Well, I wouldn't say it was new, but it is a carriage, a tarantass like yours. It was not difficult to obtain. The town is full of refugees. None seem inclined to return across the steppes.
I intend to start immediately. I'm most anxious to reach Omsk. My sister and I are hurrying to rejoin our mother. If the Tatars reach Omsk before us, who knows what may happen. Therefore, I must stop at the post houses only long enough to change horses. I must travel day and night.
Well, that is exactly what we intend doing. We will be ready to begin as soon as you and your sister.
I shall meet you outside in 15 minutes exactly.
Mr. Blount, do you notice anything odd about that young man? Several things, Monsieur Jolivet. Do you remember how explicit he was when he insisted that he was not one to run into danger? And how, very shortly after, he slew a huge bear with one stroke of his knife. Precisely. And this young lady who accompanies him, would you say that he was her brother? From the point of view of family resemblance, I would not. There is another small matter which arouses my interest. I questioned the driver of Mr. Kopanoff's tarantass. It appears on the recent trip across the mountains, the driver, naturally enough, wished to turn back. He asked Mr. Kopanoff if he ordered him to continue. Mr. Kopanoff did, but invoking the name of the Czar. That is unusual, Monsieur Jolivet. It is, Mr. Blount. I shall follow Mr. Kopanoff's actions with an interest only second to that with which I shall watch the course of the invasion. Mr. Blount, you have taken the words out of my mouth. Shall we join our friends? It's been a long night, Monsieur Jolivet. I'm glad to see the sunrise. And I presume that we're approaching Tulugisk. We have covered more than 150 miles since we left Ekaterinburg. The young Mr. Kopanoff drives as if the devil were on his heels. Perhaps the devil is Mr. Blount. figuratively speaking.
Literally speaking, for all one knows of these Russians.
Oh, I hope we shall have time for a large breakfast.
I thought that large breakfasts were an English predilection.
When one is in France, one does as a Frenchman. When one is in Russia, one makes the most of every meal.
In case there should be a shortage of rations further along the way?
Mr. Blunt, you have stated the case admirably. Driver, 10 kopecks to be reached the town before the tarantass ahead of us. Tiomen, the 22nd of July. Population, usually about 10,000. Now double that number. First industrial town established by the Russians in Siberia. Chief interest lies in the bell foundry, where some magnificent pieces of...
Sorry, old man. I thought you'd gone out.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Blunt. I have returned from my news-gathering expedition.
The news of the invasion is a little depressing, is it not?
Depends from which angle one views it. For the Russians, yes. For the correspondent, exciting is the word. We shall have news enough within the next few days, Mr. Blunt.
The telegraph station is still open. I was able to inform London that Fefor Khan's army is rapidly approaching the valley of the Ishim.
And I was able to confirm the report that the Tatar chief will shortly be joined by Colonel Ogareff.
If he has not done so already.
The Cossacks have not yet engaged the Tatars, it seems. Those from Tobolsk have been making forced marches towards Tomsk in the hope of cutting the Khan's route.
I hope that our friend Mr. Korpanoff reaches Omsk before the Tatars. In any case, we should be in Ishim within 24 hours. After that, we shall see.
Yes, we shall see.
Tired, Nadia?
Oh, a little. But mostly from the monotony of the scenery, I think. There's nothing to see except a white ribbon of road and the line of a telegraph.
We're on the steppe proper now. Imagine what it must be like in the winter.
I've been thinking of that. And imagining you with your horses and your sled moving like the wind across the plain. Someday I should like to make the journey.
Who knows? Perhaps someday you will.
Mr. Blunt and Mr. Jolivet are staying close behind us.
For the simple reason that they pay as high a tip as I do.
They are pleasant.
Nadia, see there ahead of us? Another vehicle preceding us into Ishim. We must pass him.
Oh, but why? Aren't we making good time?
Post horses will be scarce in Ishim, and I must be sure of fresh animals for the next stage.
Yes, I had not thought of that. How far are we from Ishim?
About 10 miles, I should think. Driver, a ruble if we pass the carriage ahead and win the race into Ishim.
Done!
Now we shall see.
Faster, driver, faster! Forward, my swallows! Forward, my eagles! Up, I say!
Someone called you from the Berlin, Nicholas.
You'll have to call more loudly than that to stop me now. Keep the matic, driver, and we'll be in Ishim by 8 o'clock.
Three fresh horses is all I have, Mr. Korpanoff. Now, you're fortunate. The others have just come in. Worn out from a long stage.
Put them to. My sister and I leave within quarter of an hour.
It shall be done.
Well, Nadia, I think we should say goodbye to our friend.
I will come with you.
Come in. Ah, here is Mr. Jolivet.
And Mr. Blunt.
Well, you let us a merry dance into Ishim, Mr. Korpanoff. How much did you tip the driver?
Enough to outdistance the Berlin we passed on the road. It was fortunate. There are only 3 fresh horses left in the post house.
Well, we shan't be going any further for the time, Mr. Korpanoff.
Have you any news of the invasion?
Well, this town is itself menaced by the Tartar vanguard.
Oh.
And from all accounts, there isn't a soldier in Ishim.
The authorities have been obliged to retreat to Tobolsk.
Serious. Well, gentlemen, since you are to remain at Ishim, the time has come for us to separate.
Surely you'll stay for an hour.
I'm afraid I cannot indulge my fancy, Mr. Blunt. Also, I wish to leave the post house before the arrival of the traveller whom we passed.
Are you afraid that he will dispute the horses with you?
I particularly wish to avoid any difficulty.
Then, sir, it only remains for us to thank you for the service you rendered us and for the pleasure we've had in traveling in your company.
I echo Monsieur Jolivet's words. But it is possible that we shall meet you in a few days at Omsk.
It is possible, since I am going straight there.
Well, a safe journey and...
Is this the man?
Sir, I've told you there are no more fresh horses.
You there. Those horses harnessed to the Tarantess outside, they're yours?
They are?
Take them out. I must have them. Come, be quick. I haven't any time to lose.
I have no time to lose either.
Enough of this. Postmaster, take the horses from the Tarantess and put them into my berlin.
But, sir, this man's already...
My horses will remain in my carriage.
So, you will not give up your horses to me?
No.
Very well. Then they shall belong to whichever one of us is able to start. Defend yourself.
Nicholas.
I shall not fight.
You will not?
No.
Then perhaps this will stir your courage. Now, will you fight?
The stranger has challenged Michael Strogoff by the greatest insult that can be given to an officer, that of striking him across the shoulder with a whip. But Michael, in his guise of peaceable merchant, dare not accept the challenge. What will he do? And who is the stranger? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 8 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Traveling night and day, Michael and his companion have reached the town of Ishim. With them have traveled the correspondents, Jolivet and Blunt, who now intend to remain in the town until further news of the Tartar invasion reaches them. On the road, Michael passed a carriage and preceded it into Ishim. But soon the passenger, a military-looking man, strode into the post house and demanded that Michael's horses be given to him. Michael refused, and immediately the man challenged him to fight. Michael refused also to fight, for his mission depended on the success with which he maintained his disguise. The stranger, after insulting him, repeated his jibe, but still Michael would not fight. With a snort of disgust, the stranger left the room, calling loudly for the horses as he went. Blunt and Jolivet, not knowing Michael's motives, bowed silently and took their departure. Then was left only Michael and Nadia.
Nicholas, give me your hand.
Leave me, Nadia.
But Nicholas...
Leave me! Leave me! For my country and the Czar. You there, postmaster.
Yes?
You belong to this country?
Yes.
Do you know that man who took my horses?
No.
Had you never seen him before?
Never.
Who do you think he was?
A man who knows how to make himself obeyed.
You dare to judge me?
Yes. For there are some things that even a plain merchant cannot receive without returning.
Blows.
Blows, young man. I'm of an age and strength to tell you so.
Be off, my friend. Be off. I could kill you.
All right. I like you better for that. There'll be 3 strong horses for you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. Come in. Nadia.
Have you slept well, Nicholas?
I slept well. And you?
I am completely rested.
We'll be leaving within an hour.
Nicholas, I want you to know I understand about last night.
There's nothing...
Hush. See, I have placed my finger against your lips. We will not speak of it again. Do you promise?
I promise.
Then let us have breakfast and prepare for the next stage. How far have we come from Isham now, Nicholas?
At least 60 miles. I'm glad the crossing of the river has been safely accomplished.
Why have you been so preoccupied since we left the ferry?
The boatman gave me news of the invasion. Fairfar Khan's scouts have already appeared on both banks of the Ishim River in the southern parts of the province of Tobolsk. Omsk is threatened. There was talk of an engagement between Russians and Tatars on the Kyrgyz frontier.
Were the Russians victorious?
Apparently not. They were hopelessly outnumbered. The troops retired, followed or preceded by nearly all the peasants in the province.
Oh, awful.
The boatman spoke of atrocities. Murder, pillage, burning. And worse.
How can it affect us?
By leaving the villages completely denuded of post horses. I must get to Omsk, Nadia.
Your mother, she is completely unprotected.
Yes.
You have received no news of her since the invasion?
None. The last letter she wrote to me contained good news. She's brave and uncomplaining, and in spite of her age, she has great moral strength. She's known suffering, she can bear suffering.
I shall see her brother. Since you give me the name of sister, I am her daughter. Perhaps she has been able to leave Omsk.
It's possible. I hope she may have reached Tobolsk. She hates the Tatars and knows the steppe so well that she would have no hesitation in taking her staff and going down the bank of the Irtish.
But she is not a young woman, Nicholas.
No matter. There's not a spot in the province unknown to Marfa. Because in the old days, she traveled everywhere with my father, just as I did.
When will you see her?
I shall see her on my return.
But if she is still in Omsk, you will be able to spare an hour to go to her.
I shall not go and see her.
You will not see her?
No.
But if your mother is still in the town, for what possible reason could you refuse to see her?
For what reason? For the same reason I killed the coward in Ishim.
Do not be angry with me, Nicholas. I have forgotten that. And I know now that all your actions are directed by some duty which you must perform. It must be a very sacred duty.
I cannot speak of my private affairs. I am Nicholas Korpanoff, merchant of Irkutsk. And to Irkutsk I will get, or die in the attempt.
Open up there! Open up!
Who is it?
Nicholas Korpanoff, merchant, and his sister. We've arrived from Ishim and make for Irkutsk via Omsk.
Come in, then. Come in. Where's your driver?
He's taken the horses to the stable.
There's no time to wake up an honest man, brother. 3 o'clock in the morning.
You took enough time to answer my summons.
If a man wants to keep his head in these times, he always considers well before he opens his door.
The Tatars have advanced, then?
Have they ever stopped advancing? Detachments of their ruffians are roving everywhere across the steppes. If you want a driver, you'll have to use persuasion in rubles.
Have you any exact news of Tatar movements?
Oh, I can't say I have. I keep myself to myself, brother. I'll be here soon enough.
Then tell me, have you had any other travelers through here in the past 24 hours?
One.
A thick-set, red-bearded man, a military officer?
Yes, that was the man. You see this, brother? His whip did that. And I tell you, I won't forget it. We may meet again, that one and I.
I have a score to settle with him also. But we're wasting time. You have a fresh relay of horses?
I have. You'll find it hard to get a driver. All frightened of the Tatars. Tarantess with 3 good horses is a fair price.
I will pay in eagles.
The driver will need a great deal of persuasion, brother. Even I, the postmaster of Tyokomsk, even I may not be able to persuade a driver to undertake such a dangerous stage.
Here. Will that help?
You are generous, brother. Yes, this will help me. Wait here. I shall be a moment only.
Nicholas, you are spending too freely. Why didn't you use your papers?
I dare not use them here. We're out of European Russia, and a Russian specially exempted from a government ukase would quickly draw public attention. I wish to avoid that.
Oh, of course.
Ah, you were quick, brother?
For a generous traveler, I'm always quick. Who knows but you may come this way again. The driver is changing the horses. Their own driver is asleep in the stable. It sounds as if he'll sleep until doomsday. You must have driven hard across the steppe, brother.
Hard enough. Make up a basket of provisions and bring them to the Tarantass. Come, Nadia. With fresh horses, we can reach the Irtish in 12 hours. And once we cross the river, we're only a dozen miles from Omsk.
Will they ferry us across?
Yes, for a price. The river's in flood. Natural enough for the time of the year. I'll cross first with the carriage and the horses. It's a heavy load and may be dangerous.
No, Nicholas. That would delay us an hour or more. Let us ferry the river together.
Very well, then. Driver, move along to the ferry. The boatmen are waiting.
Oh, Nicholas, how swiftly it flows.
The boatmen have control of the ferry. We shall reach the other bank.
Father, look upstream. The Tartars. The boatmen of them.
A triple tip if we get safely across.
Oh, they are gaining. They will cut us off.
Nadia, listen. Don't be afraid, but be ready for anything.
I'm ready.
Even to throw yourself into the water when I tell you.
Whenever you tell me.
Lie down on the decking. It'll be safer there.
Down! To the borders! Ah! Into the water! Into the...
Nicholas!
It was all begun and all ended in a moment. The Tartar boat collided with the ferry. The Tartars leapt silently aboard and slew the boatman. And even as Michael tried to help Nadia, he was knocked overboard by a lance thrust. Fighting savagely, the girl struggled to free herself from her captors, but to no avail. As the Tartar boat swept on downstream, she saw Michael's hand appear above the raging torrent for a moment, and then disappear beneath the turbid waters. What will happen to Nadia and to Michael? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 9 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Valiantly had Michael Strogoff attempted to carry out his dangerous mission as courier of the Czar. Carrying a vital dispatch from the Czar to the Grand Duke in distant Irkutsk, he had traveled hard and constantly by every available means. However, in the crossing of the river Irtish, it seemed that all his efforts had been in vain. Caught in midstream by the Tartars, the ferry had been overturned, the boatman killed, and Nadia Fedor captured. As the Tartar boat continued on its way, nothing was to be seen of Michael, and Nadia thought in that instant that he must surely have been drowned. Meanwhile, in Ishim, two gentlemen of the same profession were discussing a subject very close to their hearts.
Well, my dear Blunt, it seems that nothing is to be gained by staying in Ishim.
Monsieur Jolivet, you anticipated my very thought. Indeed, there is nothing whatever to detain us here.
The news from Omsk is not heartening.
It is not. Fefor Khan's Tartars have most certainly invested the city, although the Russian garrison is holding out in the upper quarter of the town. How long they can continue to do so?
Precisely. Fefor Khan receives reinforcements every day, where the Russians can hope for no such relief.
Did you know that Colonel Ogareff has now joined forces with the Khan and is in fact in charge of operations at Omsk?
I did. And seeing that my cousin Madeleine is always most interested in personalities, I did not hesitate to include a sketch of the man's character in my latest telegraph.
Not having met the man, I was unable to do so.
I accept the implied rebuke, Mr. Blunt. But surely some picture is created in the mind from the reports of him that we have to hand?
I shall listen, Monsieur Jolivet.
First of all, he is an educated soldier. Was he not a member of the Russian Guard before his exile?
Granted.
He possesses on his mother's side some Mongolian blood. Now, what are the marks of Asiatic soldiering? Deceptive strategy, the art of the ambuscade, trickery, deceit, savage cruelty.
Agreed.
Ally those to his Russian education, and you get a formidable soldier, Mr. Blunt. One who would be an able lieutenant to Fefor Khan. Perhaps even a better soldier in many respects. Certainly a man with an audacity equal to any emergency.
So far, so good.
So far, excellent. Let us imagine the man. Height, something approaching 6 feet. Remembering that he was a member of the select Russian Guard. Age, somewhere about 40. Appearance, not noticeably Asiatic. Hawk-eyed, of military bearing.
Size in shoes?
Probably small, since he's a cavalryman.
Touché. I think you may be very near the mark, Monsieur Jolivet.
Near or not, it matters little. My cousin is avid for personal detail, and when I cannot supply it, often supplies it herself. A great number of her friends read my letters.
I'm sure. Tell me, Monsieur Jolivet, what did you think of our young friend's attitude in this evening's little affair?
Mr. Kopnov, I was hoping you would mention that. It was distinctly embarrassing to witness.
The stranger used the word coward before he left. Even that did not stir Mr. Korpanoff to action.
And yet, from our own knowledge and observation, Mr. Korpanoff is anything but spineless. Witness the rescue on the mountains, the fight with the bear, the iron resolution with which he pursued his journey.
Yes. And you observed how difficult it was for him to hold himself in check when challenged by the stranger.
Yes, I did.
Something distinctly odd there, Monsieur Jolivet. Since we are traveling in the same direction as that taken by Mr. Korpanoff, we may meet him again. I hope so. There is an obvious solution to the problem, I feel sure.
Excuse me. It is now mid-morning. Do we proceed in the direction of Omsk?
I intend to report the battle at first hand.
My cousin Madeleine would never forgive me if I did not attempt the same.
After you, Monsieur Jolivet.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt.
Where am I? Who are you?
Do not speak, little brother. You are still too weak. Rest, and I shall attend your wants.
The Tartars.
Rest, little brother. You are safe here.
Who are you?
I am a mujik, Peter Ishenko. I found you on the bank of the river, wounded and exhausted. I brought you here.
We were caught in the river by the Tartars.
I saw it all. The Tartar boat boarded the ferry. The boatmen were killed. The ferry overturned.
The dispatch. I still have it. There was a young girl with me.
She was taken prisoner, unharmed as I saw it. Along with the other prisoners, she would be taken to Tomsk.
I remember now. I was in the water. I swam to the bank and hid in the reed beds. That's all I remember. Am I wounded?
You received a lance thrust in the head. It is almost healed now. When I found you on the bank of the river, I thought that you were dead.
I owe my life to you, friend. I thank you for it.
You have your own strength to thank for it.
How long have I been in your hut?
3 days.
3 days lost.
For 3 days you have lain unconscious.
Have you a horse to sell me?
You wish to go?
At once.
I have neither horse nor carriage, little brother. Where the Tartar has passed, there remains nothing.
How far are we from Omsk?
3 miles.
Then I will go 3 on foot and find a horse.
Rest for a few more hours, and then you will be in a better condition to travel.
I cannot spare an hour. Already I have lost 3 days. Help me to my feet, friend.
There. Can you stand alone?
I can.
Listen, friend. Where are you bound?
To Irkutsk.
Irkutsk? And yet you are a Russian?
Yes.
It must be an important document, the one you carry.
What do you know about that?
I am not a fool. During the period of your unconsciousness, you spoke several times of a dispatch. When you awoke, your first thought was for it. I saw you slip your hand inside your coat.
You seem an honest man. Listen, and I'll tell you part of the reason why I must reach Irkutsk.
Before you speak, brother, let me say that I am a Russian myself. I hate the Tartars. I will do anything in my power to assist you if your mission is against the invaders.
If my mission is successful, the Tartars may yet be beaten back into their own country. I must reach Irkutsk with the document I carry, for upon it depends the life of the Grand Duke. Also, it will mean the capture of the traitor Ivan Ogareff.
Then I am your man, brother. I will guide you into Omsk and take you to my cousin, who will obtain a horse for you.
And let us start immediately. I think I can walk. And as we go, I shall gather strength.
I have a meal prepared. We will eat and then begin. Tell me, brother, what is your name?
Nicholas Korpanoff.
Very well, Nicholas Korpanoff. I shall see you safe on your way to Irkutsk. You see, the Tatars swarm like ants in Lower Omsk. They are still attacking the upper part of the town, where the governor and his men are holding out. See, the Russian flag still flies above the citadel.
All honor to them.
I, too, salute the flag. It will fly freely again, brother.
Amen to that.
This way now. My cousin is in charge of the post house. I will bring him to you. Wait for me in this alleyway. The Tartars are unlikely to come this way again, since there is nothing left to be pillaged or burned.
I will wait.
You are Nicholas Korpanoff.
I am he.
And you require a fast horse for your journey.
I do.
A fast horse you'll need if you hope to outride the Tartars.
I shan't look for trouble.
Trouble comes unbidden, friend. Peter.
I am here, cousin.
I can supply a horse for your friend. And provisions. You have money?
Yes.
It is not for myself, but there are others who must be paid to keep their mouths shut.
Here. 30 rubles as the price of silence. Enough?
I will take 20.
Keep the remainder for yourself.
Thank you. Now, Peter, I will show you a point where the walls have been breached. At sundown, your friend must be there, hidden in a ruined building, which I will show you. I shall bring the horse. I will whistle twice. Your friend must hurry out, mount the horse, and ride off immediately. Do not speak to me.
I understand.
If I am questioned, I shall have a story ready.
Excellent. You will be rewarded for this, friend.
Only a fool looks for reward outside of heaven. But I must return to the post house.
Quickly, in here. Let the Tartars pass.
That officer leading the troop. Who was he?
You've seen him before?
At Novgorod, disguised as a gypsy, on the steamer to Perm and then at Ishim. Who is he?
He is the traitor, Ivan Ogareff.
Ivan Ogareff.
So at last Michael learns the identity of the stranger who has dogged his steps from Moscow to Omsk. Fortunate for the traitor that Michael was unaware of his identity at Ishim when Ogareff challenged him to fight. And how unfortunate for Michael that the Tartars caught him on the Irtish and thus delayed his journey. Can the Courier continue his mission through the Tartar-infested provinces? And can he reach Irkutsk before the traitor? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 10 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Michael Strogoff has at last reached Omsk, and while arranging for a horse to carry him on towards Irkutsk, sees for the first time the traitor Ivan Ogareff. Michael realizes immediately that he's seen him before, but realization has come too late, since Ogareff has now joined forces with the Tatar chief in the conquest of Omsk. Worried about Nadia Fedor, still sick from his wound, Michael now faces the prospect of a long ride through country held by the enemy. But, as Courier of the Czar, he has sworn an oath that may only be cancelled out by death.
That was Ogareff, all right. That traitor.
I will meet with him again one day, and then we shall see who is the better man.
What are you going to do until nightfall, brother?
Wait in the ruined house you mentioned, I suppose.
Have you eaten?
I would like a meal before I begin the next stage.
Then come down to the public room of the post house. There'll be a crowd there, and you're not likely to be molested.
Very well, I will come.
Follow me. Bread and a jug of kvass. 20 kopecks, brother.
Thank you.
I believe it's true. A corps of Muscovite troops are making for Tomsk in the hope of recapturing the town from the Tartars of fear for Khan. Maybe only a rumor, of course, but that's the latest news.
My son, Michael. Michael.
Who are you, my good woman?
Who am I? Do you no longer know your own mother?
You are mistaken. A resemblance deceives you.
You are not the son of Peter and Marfa Strogoff.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Michael.
My name is not Michael. I never was your son. I am Nicholas Korpanoff, a merchant at Irkutsk. Good day to you.
My son. My son.
Here, old mother. Let me help you to the bench there.
He wouldn't speak with me.
No. Don't take on so.
But he is my own son. He didn't want to be recognized.
That may have been the case. Say nothing.
I may have ruined him. I shall tell these people that I was mistaken. I am quite mad. My eyes have deceived me. The young man was not my son. It was not even his voice. Let us think no more about it. If we do, I shall end by finding him everywhere.
Enter. Yes?
Colonel Ogareff, I wish to report an incident which occurred in the public room of the post house.
Yes?
A woman, Marfa Strogoff, a native of the city, approached a young man who was sitting in the room and recognized him as her son.
Yes.
The young man was obviously lying when he denied kinship with her. Shortly afterwards, he hurried out of the room.
And the woman?
She seemed to be greatly upset. She then staged a remarkable recovery and admitted to the room at large that she had been mistaken.
Is there anything sinister in that, Lieutenant?
Not in that alone. But allied with certain information which I was able to gather subsequently...
By the Khan, are all my officers as long-winded as you, fool? Speak and be done.
I'm sorry, Colonel. The truth of the matter is that Marfa Strogoff does have a son. And he is a courier of the Czar. Marfa Strogoff?
I am here.
Come with me.
But what have I done? Who wants...
Colonel Ogareff wishes to question you. Come.
Ogareff. Oh, my son.
You are Michael Strogoff, widow, native of this city?
I am.
You have a son?
Yes.
He is a courier of the Czar?
Yes.
Where is he now?
At Moscow.
You have had no news of him?
None.
When did you last hear from him?
2 months ago.
I see. Who was the young man whom you called your son in the posting house not an hour ago?
He was a young Siberian. I took him for my son, but I was mistaken. He is the 10th man in whom I have thought I have recognized my son. The town is so full of strangers, you see. I think I see my son everywhere.
So this young man was not Michael Strogoff?
He was not Michael Strogoff.
Are you sure of that?
He was not my son.
You know, of course, that I have means of obtaining the truth.
I have heard.
So I ask you for the 3rd time and the last, was this man your son?
He was not my son. Do you think that for anything in the world I would deny a son whom God has given me?
Guard, let this woman be taken to Tomsk. Put her in the next batch of prisoners.
Aye, Colonel. Come, wood.
And send Lieutenant Bursk. When the moment arrives, I shall know how to make her speak. Enter. Ah, Lieutenant.
She was the mother of the man we suspect?
Yes, I am certain of it. She would not reveal the truth, but that can wait.
Michael Strogoff is in the town, you think?
Yes. The man who gave his name as Nicholas Korpanoff is making for Irkutsk, doubtless with an important dispatch. I must know what his mission is. Give orders for sentries to be posted at every gate and at every breach in the walls. In case he has already left the town, send out a fast patrol to overtake him. Whatever information you gather concerning his movements or his identity, report at once to me. He must be killed before he reaches Irkutsk. That is all.
This is the horse. You're early. It is not dark.
You have been discovered. Orders have been given to post sentries at every breach in the walls. You must take the risk of being caught in daylight if you hope to get out of the city at all.
Where is Martha, my mother?
I don't know. But hurry. I'm risking my own life to be here.
What is your name, friend? I shan't forget you for this.
Better that you don't know it. Goodbye, and Godspeed you.
Goodbye.
This is the man, Colonel.
So, this is the man who helped the Tsar's courier to escape.
No.
You are the government postmaster in Omsk?
Yes, Colonel.
A man came to you, or was brought to you early this morning. He required a good horse and provisions to take him to Irkutsk.
He did not tell me where he was going.
Describe him.
Well, he was tall, dark. He had a freshly healed wound above the temple.
Yes?
That's all I can remember.
Come, you must remember more than that. Well, perhaps this will help you.
No, I know nothing more. I swear it.
Who brought him to you?
He was alone. He paid well. I had a horse available. I saw no reason to refuse him.
And yet you took the horse to him and aided him in his escape through a breach in the walls. He must have paid you very well.
He did pay well. I'm a poor man, Colonel. The government doesn't pay its servants lavishly.
Silence. He had provisions?
Some provisions, yes.
Take him away.
To the prison camp, Colonel?
No, set him free. The fool was duped by this Michael Strogoff. The patrol is following the courier.
Yes, Colonel. With orders to kill him on sight.
So Michael Strogoff has escaped from Omsk with his life. But there is danger ahead, and behind, a troop of savage Tartars follow with their orders to kill him on sight. Where is Michael's mother, and Nadia, and the two correspondents? Will they ever meet again? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 11 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. It was indeed fortunate for Michael Strogoff that he had left the posting house so promptly, and fortunate, too, that he'd found a good friend in the mujik's cousin. The orders of Ivan Ogareff had been transmitted immediately to all the approaches of the city, and a full description of Michael sent to the various commandants in order to prevent his departure from Omsk. But he'd already passed through one of the breaches in the fortifications, and was now galloping across the steppe on a fresh and willing horse. His pursuers had not immediately begun the chase, and now Michael is well away from the city and riding hard.
I've seen no sign of pursuit since I left Omsk. Perhaps they have not discovered my identity at all. Or perhaps I've merely thrown them off for the time being. I wonder what my mother thought. Poor dear lady. And if that traitor Ogareff has harmed one single hair of her head, I'll kill him with my bare hands, 1 ounce of his life at a time. I must not think of that. I cannot. I must reach Irkutsk. I must.
Let me in, quickly.
Come. What do you want?
Provisions for myself and my horse. And a fresh horse for the stage to Turumor.
Where have you ridden from, brother? Have you never heard of the Tartars?
They have been here?
Here and gone. The whole black brood of them. No provisions, no horses, nothing.
I must have a fresh horse, I must.
Conjure one out of the ground, then. I have none. Nor have I a wife anymore, nor children, no salt in my house for the weary traveler. Nothing, brother. The Tartars have been.
Forgive me, brother. You have suffered.
This is the beginning of suffering.
May I rest here for an hour? My horse will carry me for a few more miles, but he must be rested.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Where are you going?
To Irkutsk.
That is a long way.
I shall reach it.
Or be killed. What matter?
All matters. I shall reach it.
You will pass through the marshes of the Baraba?
Yes.
Have you been that way before?
I have.
It's a bad time of year to ride in the marshes.
I have no choice.
The gnats and the horseflies will be bad. Your horse will die.
I must take that chance.
You yourself may be overcome by the foul gases that rise out of the ground at this time of the year.
I will not.
You're sure of yourself, young man? But God speed you if your race is against the Tartars.
It is. Listen, I must sleep for an hour. Will you keep watch for me and wake me when the hour is up?
I will.
I am very tired. I have not slept for a long time. But wake me without fail when the hour is up.
Wake up! Wake up!
Back! Let go!
Oh, what am I doing? Forgive me, brother. I was dreaming. What time is it?
1 o'clock in the morning. You've slept for an hour. Like one dead.
I must saddle my horse.
He's already saddled.
Thank you. Here.
Now keep it. I've no use for money.
Well, as you please. Thank you again. Good night.
Good night. And brother.
Yes?
If you should get your hands round a Tartar throat as you did round mine just now, do not let go until he's dead. That will be my payment. Good night.
This is Ilamsk?
It is.
Then can you tell me where the posting house is?
Beyond the hill there, at the end of the village.
Thank you.
Do you expect to find a horse at the posting house?
I do.
Too late. The postmaster has left, and all the government officials.
Then, have the Tartars been here, too? So deep in the marshes?
They have not, but we were warned of their coming. The officials and most of the people have moved to Kamsk.
Then I must get to Kamsk for a fresh horse.
If that is your need, yes. But you are welcome to rest here and eat and provision your horse.
Thank you. My horse is unfit to go further tonight. I have covered nearly 60 miles in the last stage.
Then you must rest. Will you stay the night with us? My husband is pasturing the sheep, but he will return soon.
I will accept your hospitality and pay for it. Have you a dish of grease to rub down my horse? He is sorely distressed from insect bites. It will relieve him.
I have. Tether him by the shed there and light a green fire to smoke the flies away. When you have done, come in and eat.
You there. Come here.
I am here.
Has a single horseman passed this way within the last 12 hours?
I don't know.
Answer!
Yes.
What was he like?
Tall, dark, with a freshly healed wound in his head.
Did he stay here?
For an hour.
At what time did he leave?
At 1 o'clock this morning.
1 o'clock. We're 6 hours behind him, then. He must have ridden all night.
You're after him?
Mind your own business. Yes, we are after him.
Is he a criminal?
The courier of the Czar.
A courier of the Czar? Then I've betrayed.
Have you food here?
No, none. You Tartars have been this way once before this. They took my wife, My children.
No, you should have kept them out of the way, old fool.
One of you will not see the Tsar's courier.
What? Look out, he has a knife! Too late. He's made for the marshes. Now leave the old fool be. We've no time now to hunt him down.
Nikolai is dead.
Unfortunate. He should have been first with his knife. Get to your horses, men. We must take this courier before he crosses the river.
Spesko, Horazko, Kamsk, Ubinsk, Kargatsk, and now for Tomsk. If the Tartars are not in possession of the town... Ah, there's a house. I shall inquire there.
Good day there, little father. Will you answer me a few questions?
Speak.
Have the Tartars passed this way?
Look and listen. Aye, they have passed this way.
Was it an army or a detachment?
An army. Our fields are laid waste as far as the eye can see.
Was the army commanded by the Amir?
Aye, for the waters of the Obi are red from the mountains to the sea.
Then can you tell me if Feofar Khan has entered Tomsk?
He has.
And Kalivan? Has he entered Kalivan?
No, for Kalivan does not yet burn.
Then I must go by Kalivan and not by Tomsk. I can cross the Obi and then take the Irkutsk road to avoid Tomsk. Is there anything I can do for you, friend?
No, nothing.
Here, take this money. It may help you to buy food when the Russians relieve Tomsk. Take it.
Oh, thank you, my son.
A detachment of cavalry on the road from Omsk. Are they Russians or Tartars? Tartars. I must avoid them. But how? The thicket. Hide there and wait until they pass. Yes. No. They will certainly camp there themselves, perhaps for the night. I have no choice. Into the thicket, old faithful. And never a sound or we're finished.
Halt! We will rest here for an hour. Make camp.
They cannot see me here. I may be able to hear what they're saying.
This courier cannot be far ahead of us. He couldn't have followed any other route than that through the Baraba marshes.
We know he's passed this way. There's no danger that he was left in Omsk, as we feared at first.
No.
They say he's a Siberian himself. If so, he must be well acquainted with the country. He may have left this road in the hope of joining it later.
Well, but then we should be ahead of him. If we reach Tomsk before him, we will have cut off his retreat. In any case, he will not reach Irkutsk.
Yeah, you're right.
The old woman, the Siberian. There's no doubt that she is his mother.
Yes. She's stuck to her story well, so they say.
Colonel Ogareff will know how to make her talk when the time comes. What was that? There! It's he, the courier! Take him, dead or alive!
Michael has given away his position in the thicket, and now the Tartar detachment, with its order to take him dead or alive, is on his heels. Can he escape and continue his journey to Irkutsk? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 12 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. By traveling day and night, stopping only to rest his horse when that brave animal could go no further on each single stage, Michael Strogoff had thought to outdistance his pursuers. But somehow he'd underestimated the tenacity of the Tartar detachment sent to capture him, and now he was in desperate plight. Having stopped to rest by a small thicket not far from the Obi River, he suddenly became aware of approaching horsemen. It was the Tartar patrol. Hiding in the undergrowth, Michael overheard them discussing his escape and the fate of his mother. Without warning, a bush broke against his weight to rouse the Tartars and set them after him. Boldly, Michael seized his horse and rode towards the Obi, and as quickly came the Tartars, determined to get their man.
Faster, my little eagle, faster. If we can but reach the river. See, not half a mile to go. Faster, faster! The ball passed through my tunic. We are still favored. Faster, faster. Here is the river. Another effort, my eagle. A few more strides, my great heart.
Oh, there!
Now!
I must say that was rather close. Oh, I beg your pardon. Not at all, my dear fellow. I'd be obliged if you would remove your knee from my chest, if it would not inconvenience you. Blunt. Your knee?
Of course. Your pardon, Mr. Blunt. But I did not expect to find you in the midst of the battle for Colivan.
I had not expected to find myself in it, Monsieur Jolivet. But since I am in it, I must make the best of it.
Pray keep your head down, Mr. Blunt. Although we are rivals, I would not care to have to report your death to my cousin Madeline. She would be most upset.
Oh, I am sure. I would not like to cause the lady distress. I shall keep my head down.
Huh. Well, the Russian detachment and the Tartars have joined battle at last. They are fighting in the very streets.
The Russians cannot win. They are outnumbered 10 times, but they're making the Khan's troops pay for their advance. I think it is time to make a report.
My cousin Madeline is waiting anxiously.
Monsieur, in this hour of danger, I see no reason why 2 of us should risk our lives in attempting to reach the telegraph office. It is situated some distance from the town, towards the river.
I am aware of that.
Then I suggest that you allow me to attempt the journey alone. I shall forward any message you have for your cousin.
I am quite sure that you would, Mr. Blunt. After you had sent your own.
At the risk of my life, remember.
For my cousin Madeline, I would walk barefooted in the nether regions. Thank you for your most thoughtful offer, which I regretfully decline.
Then it is to be a race?
I fear so. I am fleet of foot, Mr. Blunt.
I am a runner of some note.
Then let us go our separate ways.
After you, Monsieur Jolivet.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Peace, little brother. Are you wounded?
My leg. The Tartars.
I will do what I can for you.
You're an officer from the Russian detachment?
I escaped from the town when all was lost. My horse was shot from under me. I managed to drag myself here on the reed beds. Who are you?
Nicholas Korpanoff, a merchant. I was hounded across the river by a Tatar.
Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 13 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. At a day's march from Kolyvan, there stretches a great plain, bare except for occasional clumps of pines and cedars, and used in normal times by the Siberian shepherds to pasture their flocks. But now there stood on this plain the Tartar tents of Feofar Khan's great army, and in the center of the camp, pitched in a shady grove, the tent of the terrible Amir of Bokhara himself. Draped in brilliant silks, looped with golden cords, surrounded with waving plumes, this tent was the heart of all the mighty encampment. Before it, on a table curiously wrought in wood and precious stones, lay the sacred book of the Koran, and above it floated the Tartar flag, quartered with the Amir's arms. In a semicircle around the tent stood those of the great functionaries of Bokhara, the chief of the stables, the bearer of the royal seal, the grand master of the artillery, the chiefs of the council, the leader of the priests, and the chief astrologer. When the prisoners were brought into the camp, the great Amir sat within his tent, and no man saw him, for silence and isolation constitute the majesty of an Eastern king. But in the huge prison compound, guarded by the Tartar soldiers, all was confusion and loss. Singly and in groups, the prisoners mourned their capture, for naught but starvation, thirst, and death could lie before them now.
Mr. Blunt! Mr. Blunt!
We can rest now?
Yes. We are in the prison compound.
But how did I get here? I remember staggering along that terrible road and then nothing.
You were not far from this place when you finally collapsed.
You carried me?
In a manner of speaking, yes, Mr. Blunt. Now rest quietly while I take your coat off. Oh, yes, a mere scratch, Mr. Blunt. Your shoulder was grazed by the shot. After 2 or 3 dressings, you will be perfectly well again.
Dressings? Is there a hospital nearby?
I will make them myself. All Frenchmen are something of doctors. My handkerchief? So. And so. I have water here. I brought it from the small well in the center of the compound.
Water?
I shall treat you with water. This liquid is the most efficacious sedative known for the treatment of wounds. Doctors have taken some 6,000 years to discover that. Amazing, is it not?
Thank you, Monsieur Jolivet. You have been very kind.
Ah, bah, it is a mere nothing. You would have done the same for me. But you must not talk. Rest is absolutely necessary for you.
Monsieur Jolivet, do you think that our last dispatches have been able to pass the Russian frontier?
Why not? By this time you may be sure that my beloved cousin knows all about the affair at Kolyvan.
And what will your cousin think about these affairs in Russia?
Well, she's a very discreet person, but I imagine that she will think they seem in a very bad way. But the Muscovite government is powerful. It cannot really be uneasy at this invasion by barbarians. And Siberia will not be lost.
Too much ambition has lost the greatest empire.
Oh, do not let us talk politics. Nothing could be worse for wounds in the shoulder. Unless it was to put you to sleep.
Well, then, let us talk of what we ought to do. Monsieur Jolivet, I have no intention at all of remaining prisoner to the Tartars.
Nor have I.
We will escape at the first opportunity?
Yes, if there's no other way of regaining our liberty.
You think there is some other way?
Yes. We are not belligerents. We are neutrals, and as such may claim our freedom.
From Fairford Khan?
No, he would not understand. Let us appeal to his lieutenant, Colonel Ogareff.
He is as great a barbarian.
Doubtless, but he is a Russian barbarian. There is some slight difference. He knows that it does not do to trifle with the rights of men, and he has no interest in retaining us. In fact, it would be to his advantage to set us free.
There's something in that. But he isn't in the camp as far as we know.
He will come. He will not fail in that. He must join the Emir. Siberia is cut in half from south to north, and I should imagine that the Emir will wait for him before they make the next move. West toward Moscow, or east towards Irkutsk.
There's sense in that. Once free, we can follow the Tartars and join the first Russian detachment we meet.
That is the plan. Why, you have already been wounded for the telegraph, whilst I have suffered nothing for my dear cousin.
You saved my life.
Had I not done so, my cousin would have been inconsolable. Now, Mr. Blunt, you must try and rest.
I shall, Monsieur Jolivet.
Excellent, Mr. Blunt.
Here, brother, let me help you.
Water.
Here is water. Drink.
Thank you. Why, I know you. Nicholas Korpanoff, the merchant, who was going to Irkutsk.
Not so loudly.
They caught you at the telegraph station, then?
Yes.
They found me also as they scoured the banks of the river for survivors of the first battle. I told you I would weather the storm. As soon as my wound is healed, I shall escape.
Have you any news of Omsk? Is Colonel Ogareff still in the city?
He was unable to raise the upper portion of the city. Governor and a small detachment still holds out there.
I wonder if he'll wait until the city has been completely reduced.
Who can tell? I doubt it. A small force can besiege the garrison. The remainder will be free to rejoin the Amir.
That is what I fear.
Fear? What does it matter to us? We'll be fed on the half-cooked entrails of goats, or could miss if we're more fortunate. In any case, we'll starve before we die. But I won't. As soon as my leg is healed, I escape.
I wish you success.
Listen to me, Nicholas Korpanoff. You want to reach Irkutsk. I want to get out of here and kill a few Tartars. Let's join forces, eh? You help me, and I'll help you. I've been watching the guards and the camp routine. I think we can escape.
No. I must wait.
What for? Death?
They'll be marching us on towards Tomsk soon. And Tomsk is on the way to Irkutsk.
Haven't you ever seen how the Tartars march prisoners, brother? No water. Precious little food. The knouts, the burning sun on a bare road. I'd rather take my chances and escape.
No, I dare not attempt it. My chance of reaching Irkutsk depends solely on the concealment of my mission. I shall stay here with the other prisoners and march when they march. If you're still here when that happens, I shall help you.
All right, then. If you won't, you won't.
I shall bring you water when you need it. Good luck.
Monsieur Jolivet. Thanks to you, my shoulder is almost quite healed. Now I'm really concerned with getting out of here.
Well, I am weary. I've had quite a busy day. I'm not used to digging graves with primitive tools. In fact, I'm not used to digging graves.
How many today?
14. War is an unpleasant business, is it not? Most of these people have nothing to do with the war. They've been caught up in it without understanding what lies behind it. 100,000 Tartars ride out for conquest, and 1 million people suffer. There's something wrong there. The account does not balance. Well, our job is to report it, not to regret it.
Any news from Omsk?
None. I wish Ivan Ogareff would come and join forces with the Amir. Then we can seek audience and explain our position.
While you were otherwise engaged this afternoon, Monsieur Jolivet, I tested my strength in a walk round the compound.
Excellent, Mr. Blunt.
Our friend Mr. Korpanoff is also in this compound.
He is?
He is. I saw him talking to a wounded prisoner. I waited in the hope that he might notice me. Eventually, he did.
And then?
He acted as if he'd never seen me before in his life. He cut me completely. Completely. And then he turned away and moved to the far side of the compound. I had no particular wish to force my company. It was merely intended to be a friendly gesture.
My fault in part, Mr. Blunt. In the telegraph office at Kolevan, just as you fell unconscious, Mr. Korpanoff asked me not to recognize him in the event of our capture.
Oh, so that explains it. I wish I knew how he fits into this situation. Why is he going to Irkutsk? And furthermore, why is he so determined to get there?
I do not know. Meanwhile, we have our own troubles, Mr. Blunt.
Indeed, Monsieur Jolivet, we have.
4 days in this accursed camp. If I can only get to Tomsk. Once beyond the outpost there, and with 12 hours start on Feofar and Ogareff, I can race them to Irkutsk. If Ogareff comes to this camp, I'm finished. He'll seek me out. Or one of his officers will recognize me. But I must take the chance. There's no other way. To attempt escape and be caught would be equally fatal. Pray that Ogareff remains in Omsk. Pray that Ogareff remains in Omsk.
Well, at least we have our notebooks, Monsieur Jolivet. What is the date?
The 12th of August.
The 12th of August. My next dispatch to the Telegraph will be of great interest to its readers. I imagine that few of them have been in Russia, and that fewer still have had the opportunity of witnessing an assemblage of 50,000 Tatars.
Turkomans, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Mongols, Arabs, Afghans, Kalmuks. Half the tribes of the earth gathered under one fierce banner, Mr. Blunt. And every one of them a cruel and vigorous fighting man who will neither ask nor give quarter. How can the Russians hope to drive them back?
They will, we hope.
And what was that?
The advance guard of another army approaching from Omsk. Is it Ivan Ogareff, I wonder?
Mr. Blunt, we are about to witness the meeting of Feofar Khan and his most able lieutenant. You were quite correct. It is Ivan Ogareff.
So the thing most dreaded by Michael Strogoff has come to pass. The traitor Ogareff has come to join his master, and with him to plan the conquest of all Siberia, including the city of Irkutsk. Will Michael be recognized? Is this the end of his desperate mission on behalf of the Czar? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 14 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. The arrival of Ivan Ogareff in the main Tatar camp was received by the prisoners of the Amir with mixed feelings. Blunt and Jolivet, the correspondents, felt that Ogareff would be the means of their release. On the other hand, Michael Strogoff knew that with the arrival of the traitor, his own problems were increased tenfold. Now the trumpet sounded, and the cannon roared in salutation, and over all the mighty camp was a stir of expectation and excitement. Ogareff had returned from Omsk, and now was joined the greatest, most colorful, and most hideously efficient army ever to be seen in eastern Siberia. Leaving his cavalry at the outskirts of the camp, Ogareff, still dressed in the uniform he'd so carelessly betrayed, walked boldly to the Amir's tent. There sat the chiefs and the advisers, removed in awe and silence from the rich divan on which the Amir waited for his most able lieutenant. The great beard curled over the golden armor. The heavy jewel-encrusted scabbard held his sword of damask steel. The priceless ornaments gleamed dully in the tent. As Ogareff made his way through the silent dignitaries, the Amir rose, and for a moment his fierce eyes stared in the eyes of the Russian traitor.
Welcome, Ivan.
Sire.
I have no need to question you. Speak to me, and to my captains and my chiefs. Our ears are open.
Sire, this is what I have to tell you. It is not a time for unnecessary words, so I will not recount my deeds at the head of your own troops. The lines of the Ishim and the Irtish are now in our hands. The Turkoman horsemen bathe their horses in those Tartar rivers. The Kyrgyz hordes rose at the voice of Feofar Khan, and the principal route from Ishim to Tomsk is yours. You can push on towards the sunrise or towards the sunset.
And if I march with the sun?
To march with the sun is to throw yourself towards Europe. It is to conquer rapidly the Siberian provinces of Tobolsk as far as the Ural Mountains.
So. And if I march eastwards into the sun?
That is to subdue Irkutsk and the richest countries of Central Asia.
But the armies of the Czar?
You have nothing to fear from them, either from the east or from the west. The invasion took them by surprise and has triumphed everywhere. The Tsar's troops were overwhelmed at Kolyvan, and before they can be succored, the garrison at Irkutsk will also fall.
And what advice does your devotion to the Tartar cause suggest, Ivan Ogareff?
My advice is to march to meet the sun. It is to give the grass of the eastern steppes to the Turkoman horses to consume. It is to take Irkutsk, the capital of the eastern province, and with it to take a hostage as valuable as the Tsar himself, the Grand Duke, sire.
It will be done. We march on Irkutsk.
What are your orders?
Today our quarters must be removed to Tomsk.
I shall put them in train. There are many prisoners, both taken by your army and the forces under my command.
Arrange the marching plan and then return to me, Ivan. There are other matters which are close to my heart and which I would discuss with you. Leave me now.
Sire.
Colonel, there is a woman here who would speak with you.
Where?
Ivan?
Sangari.
Yes, Ivan. It is I.
Step aside with me. Well?
Nothing.
Nothing?
The old woman has not spoken. I have watched her night and day. She has not given a sign that her son is in the camp.
You are certain of that?
Certain.
Keep watching. Sooner or later, she may give her secret away.
Ivan, you have the means to make the old woman speak.
Not yet.
When?
At Tomsk.
When do we reach Tomsk?
In 3 days.
I will watch her.
I trust you.
I will not fail you, Ivan.
Go now.
I go.
With you, blood! Shoot them!
Hold there! Bring them to me. Who are these men? They're not Russians?
They demanded to be taken into your presence, Colonel Ogareff. When permission was refused, they attempted to escape.
I see. Who are you, gentlemen?
Correspondence, representing English and French newspapers.
Naturally, you carry papers which will establish your identity.
Naturally.
Show them to me.
These letters accredit us in Russia. They were signed in the French and English chancelleries.
So. Well, they appear to be in order. You ask for authorization to follow our military operations in Siberia.
We ask to be free, that is all.
Release them. You are free, gentlemen. I shall be curious to read your articles in the Telegraph.
Sir, it is 6 a number, including postage.
Good day to you.
Well, Monsieur Jolivet, what do you think of Colonel Ivan Ogareff, General-in-Chief of the Tartar troops?
I think we were fortunate in they happened to be along at such an opportune moment. Also, our guards were disappointed that they were not allowed to kill us.
They were.
Thank you for handling the interview, Mr. Blunt. The sight of a Russian colonel going about his treacherous business in full view disgusts me so much that I'm afraid for my tongue.
Oh, tut, Monsieur Jolivet. This is purely business.
You recognized him, of course?
Yes. The man who caught up with us at Ishim and who took Mr. Korpanoff's horses.
The same. He did not recognize us, however, which is also fortunate.
And now, what shall we do with our liberty?
Take advantage of it immediately and go quietly to Tomsk to see what is happening there.
Yes, until we can rejoin some Russian regiment.
As you say, Mr. Blunt, it will not do to Tartarize ourselves too much. The best side is that of the most civilized army. And it is quite evident that the people of Central Asia have everything to lose and nothing to gain from this invasion. The Russians will win. It is only a matter of time.
The camp is beginning to break up already. It seems that we march to Tomsk.
We ride, Mr. Blunt.
Then let us obtain horses as quickly as possible.
Lead on, Mr. Blunt.
Delighted, Monsieur Jolivet.
The march has been organized, Ivan.
Yes, sire. We march direct to Zabadiro and wait at the river until you are ready to receive us in your new headquarters in Tomsk itself.
We march direct?
Naturally, sire.
There is no water along the direct route. I am afraid a great number of the weaker prisoners will die.
Yes, it is likely.
A pity for the prisoners. Still, we cannot afford to leave our flank open to a Russian attack from the northern provinces.
That is unlikely. In any case, our scouts are riding wide on the northern flank. We would be well forewarned of an impending attack.
Excellent, Ivan. Come with me. I will give the order to march.
We are on the march to Irkutsk.
And there, the Grand Duke?
Yes, he will pay.
But the courier, if he should reach Irkutsk before us...
He will not.
Oh, if only we knew his identity.
It would have made the task easier.
He may even be among the prisoners.
He may be. His mother is here, and you are watching her. If they should meet, you will know him. And then...
I will watch every minute of every day and every night. I shall not fail you.
I have always trusted you, Sangari. You're worth another pair of eyes to me. When we reach Irkutsk, you will have your reward.
My reward is to be wherever you are. I go now.
Sorry lot, these prisoners. I should not bother with them.
Most of them will be dead before we reach Irkutsk. The remainder will be useful for labor.
Those in chains are the ones considered most dangerous?
Yes, Russian officers mostly. They will have thought better of it within a week, if they live that long.
Get on there! Move!
The Russian army.
We will be in Zabadiro by nightfall on the 15th of August.
On the following day, you will enter the city. I shall be there to receive you. Once there, we can plan the rest of the campaign eastward.
I shall wait in Zabadiro for your word, sire.
Yes. And now get the prisoners moving. We must spend no more than 3 days on the road.
Sire.
This man is wounded. He can't walk alone.
Then leave him.
I will not.
And carry him until you drop. The wolves will whiten your bones in winter. Get on! Get on!
Can I reach Tomsk? Can I reach Tomsk? If I can, then I will escape from the Tartars. And you will pay for every terrible yard of this journey, Ogareff. If only I can reach Tomsk undiscovered. I must.
So begins the 3-day journey to the village outside Tomsk. Will Michael remain undiscovered and thus have a fighting chance to complete his mission? Great dangers and desperate trials lie in the way, and as yet, Michael has no fixed plan for escape. And what of Marfa, his mother? Will Ogareff use the horrible means at his disposal to make her divulge what she knows? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 15 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Under the burning sun, across the dusty, waterless steppe, the long train of prisoners straggled towards the city of Tomsk. Beside them and behind them, the Tartar guards used whip and lance butt to keep them moving. But many there were who fell, utterly spent by the way, and these unfortunates were left to fend for themselves as best they might. Among the prisoners brought to the Amir's camp by Ivan Ogareff was an old woman, whose silent apathy seemed to keep her apart from all those who shared her fate. No word issued from her mouth, no sign from her face, and to those around her she seemed a veritable statue of grief. For some reason, she appeared to be more strictly guarded than her companions, and wherever she went, somewhere close to her, might have been seen the young gypsy woman named Zangari. It was Marfa Strogoff, compelled in spite of her age to walk with the rest of the prisoners towards Tomsk. But Marfa had found a companion to make the way easier. Many remarked how a young girl, beautiful, reserved, had attached herself to the older person, and now supported her along the dusty road. Neither knew the other. Neither had spoken a word. Until at last, on the evening of the first day, the prisoners were roughly shepherded together and left to regain their strength for a further march.
May God reward you, my daughter, for what you have done today.
Sit down here. I will get us a portion of food and water when it is brought to the prisoners.
There will be no food for us tonight. Only water.
How do you know that?
I heard them talking. Oh, yes. I understand their barbarous tongue.
Oh, how will you bear this journey? There are still 2 days to go.
I will bear it, child. I will bear it for the sake of one who is very dear to me.
I know you will. I am thankful that I found you among these poor people. You have made the journey seem shorter somehow. You never complain. You take no notice of the jibes and sneers of those cruel men who drive us along the road.
When one has a private grief, one does not notice the passing of the hours. But tell me your name, child.
I am Nadia Fedor.
And I am Michael Strogoff.
I am glad we are to travel together. I will draw strength from your example. Perhaps I will be able to help you when you tire.
Yes. We shall go along together to whatever lies at the end of this black road. How did you come to be taken prisoner? Are you alone?
Mother, I have not spoken of these things before, but somehow tonight my heart is full to overflowing. I must tell someone. Who better than you?
Tell me, child.
It all began in Vladimir, when I boarded the train for Novgorod. There was a young man in the compartment in which I found a seat. He was dark-faced, quiet, with a look of strength in his face. During the slow journey to Novgorod, I saw him poised on the edge of the ferry, and then he was gone, struck down by a lance thrust to the head. As the Tartars forced me into their boat, I watched the surface of the water. He did not reappear.
That is all.
Yes. No, that is not all. He is alive, I swear it. He could not have been killed. He was being kept safe for the fulfillment of some great mission. He cannot be dead.
Come, child. Perhaps he is still living and carrying on the vital work he had so well begun.
Nicholas? Oh, Nicholas, my brother.
Nicholas Korpanoff. Do you know, child, of the young men I know, there is only one who would have had the courage and hardihood to overcome such manifold difficulties on the road. Nicholas Korpanoff. Was that really his name? Are you sure of it?
Oh, yes. Why would he have deceived me in that?
He was fearless, you say.
Fearless?
And yet he bore a terrible insult from the stranger at Ishim.
Oh, he was brother, sister, mother to me. He defended me like a lion and... Oh, yes, he bore it.
It is hard to understand.
Oh, Mother, do not blame him. He carried a secret locked in his heart, of that I am sure.
In that hour of humiliation, you did not despise Nicholas Korpanoff.
I did not. I couldn't understand, but I never felt him more worthy of respect.
Was he tall?
Very tall.
And very handsome, was he not? Come. Answer me, child.
He was very handsome.
Nadia, Nicholas Korpanoff, your protector, was my son.
Your son?
Let us try and get to the bottom of this. Did he never speak of his mother?
Often and often. He spoke to me of her as I spoke to him of my father. He adored her.
And was he not going to see his mother at Omsk?
No. No, he was not.
He was not? But
he could not see her. Don't you understand? His duty, whatever it was, outweighed everything else. He had to traverse the country completely in secret. To him it was a question of life and death, of duty and honor.
Duty indeed. The duty of those who sacrificed everything for the accomplishment of that which they must do. Oh, my child, all that you don't know, all that I didn't know myself, I know now. But I cannot tell you. Since my son has not told you his secret, I must keep it for him. Forgive me, Nadia. I can never repay what you have done for me.
I will not ask.
Have hope, my child. Misfortune will not overwhelm you. You will see your father again, and And perhaps he who gave you the name of sister is not dead. Hope, my child. Hope. Do as I do. The mourning which I wear is not yet for my son.
Ivan.
What is it, Sangari? Have you news?
None. But I have kept watch on the old woman. And now the prisoners are moving into the camp at Zabadiero. You will act soon?
Yes. Watch her tonight. And tomorrow I will act.
You will stay in Zabadiero?
No, our plans have been changed. I will stay overnight with the Amir in Tomsk. Tomorrow morning I shall return to the camp. Wait for me there.
I will wait. Drink, Mother.
Oh, I am tired, child.
They will let us rest here for a few days. This is Zabadiero.
Yes. It is well. I can go no further.
We shall sleep on the bank above the river. Come.
No. No, I must not sleep. Somehow, somewhere they are watching me. That man, the traitor Ogareff, he will not leave me in peace. He will question me again.
I will watch while you sleep.
No, no. You are young. You need rest more than I. Mother, look! Nadia, stay.
It is he. It is he. He lives. He lives. Oh, heaven be praised.
He is my son, my own Michael. And yet I make no move towards him.
Michael.
Do as I do. Come away. See, he saw us, and yet he did not attempt to speak. Come away, child, quickly. And pray that none saw us recognize him.
You have set guards across the river, Captain?
Yes, Colonel. Your orders were carried out by sunset. Pontoon has been thrown across the river below the camp.
Excellent. Double the guard on the pontoons and change the guard hourly.
Hourly? But, Colonel, surely there's little need for that. The current's fast. Only a fool would attempt to run the gauntlet of the pontoons.
Silence. A bold and desperate man will try anything. Dare the water, the guards, anything. Double the guards and change them hourly. Am I understood?
Yes, Colonel.
You may leave.
Yes, Colonel.
Oh, Captain.
Colonel?
There are several hundreds of prisoners camped by the river. I hold you personally responsible for each and every one of them. Should one escape, do you know what penalty I shall exact?
No, Colonel.
I shall have you flogged to death. You may go, Captain. Who's it? Oh, you, Sangari. Who let you in here?
Put up your sword, Ivan. You are nervous.
How did you come here?
By ways known to me. I waited in the passage until the captain left. You are not well guarded, Ivan. You should take more care.
What news have you?
Michael Strogoff's son is in the prison camp.
A prisoner?
Yes.
He has been in my hand all the time. Now I shall know.
You will know nothing, Ivan. For you don't even know him by sight.
But you know him. You have seen him.
I have not seen him. But his mother betrayed herself by a gesture and thus betrayed her son.
You are not mistaken.
I am not.
You know the importance which I attach to this courier's capture. I must have the letter he carries at any price. If it reaches the Grand Duke in Irkutsk, then my plan is undone. I must have that letter.
I am not mistaken, Ivan. I do not know him, but his mother does. I saw her face as she recognized him, and she warned the young girl with her to take care. He is in the camp.
Tomorrow morning I shall have him in my hand.
You have a plan?
Yes. Michael Strogoff will point out her son to me tomorrow morning.
At last, Michael's secret is in the hands of the traitor Ogareff. Will he carry out his plan and use force to wring her son's identity from old Martha? Can Michael stand by and see his mother thus tortured, even though he's under orders from the Czar himself? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 16 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. In the prison camp at Siberia, Marfa Strogoff and Nadia Fedor had recognized Michael. He, in turn, had recognized them, but gave no sign that might reveal him as a courier of the Czar. However, other eyes than his mother's were watching on the fateful evening, and soon Ivan Ogareff knew from his spy Sangari that Michael Strogoff was indeed a prisoner. Ogareff immediately determined a course of action which would put Michael into his hands without delay. On the following morning, at sunrise, trumpets and shouted orders announced the arrival of Colonel Ivan Ogareff in the Zabadiero prison camp.
Well, Monsieur Jolivet, something is going to happen. The prisoners look apprehensive to a degree. I hope it isn't going to happen to them.
Poor devils. It is Ogareff himself back from Tomsk.
This is the day set for the triumphal entry into the city, you know.
I fancy it is something more than that, Mr. Blunt. Did you notice the expression on the colonel's face? It is not a handsome face at the best of times, but this morning. Yes, I would say that Ogareff is here for some very definite purpose.
Oh, we shan't be kept in suspense. See, they are moving the prisoners.
How odd. They are calling out the males only. The women are not being molested.
Odd indeed. Oh, I see what is afoot now. Do you see, Monsieur Jolivet?
Yes, I do, Mr. Blunt. Something in the nature of an identification parade. The men are being driven into line to pass the colonel and his aides, I imagine. There's one woman concerned in it, an elderly person.
By Jove! Did you see that? They're handling her roughly. Come, Monsieur Jolivet. We must put a stop to that.
Mr. Blunt, come back. Stay here with me. You're not on English soil now. This is Russia in the middle of an invading army. You would have no chance. We can do nothing more than watch.
It makes my blood boil.
They've let her go now. See, she's waiting for the prisoners to pass.
But why? Why?
You are Marfa Strogoff.
You know that I am.
Do you retract what you said to me when I asked you a question 3 days ago at Omsk?
No.
Then you are quite unaware that your son, Michael Strogoff, a courier of the Czar, had passed through Omsk?
I am.
Was not the man you recognized in the public room of the posting house your son? Answer me.
He was not my son.
And since then, you have not seen him among the prisoners?
I have not.
If he were pointed out, would you recognize him?
No.
Do you know what I'm going to do now?
No. No.
All these men taken prisoner at Omsk and Kolyvan are going to be paraded before you. They will pass slowly, one at a time, which will give you ample opportunity to recognize and point out the man I know to be your son. And if you do not show me Michael Strogoff, you will receive as many blows of the whip as men shall have passed before you. Captain, let the prisoners file past. Watch carefully, woman, for I will carry out my threat.
Mr. Blunt, I believe I know why they are performing this peculiar ceremony. Could they be looking for our friend, Nicholas Korpanoff?
Korpanoff? By Jove, yes. That could be the reason. He's in the camp here, and we know how anxious he was to keep his identity secret. But Ogareff met him at Ishim. He would know him again.
At that meeting, Ogareff was not concerned with Korpanoff. For all the colonel knew, he was just another traveler who stood between him and his goal.
True. And thus he has failed to recognize him since. Can you see Korpanoff in the line?
Yes, I can. Not half a dozen men removed from Ogareff and the old lady. He's moving up now. 4, 3, 2. Well, what do you make of that?
Neither parties gave a single sign of recognition. Well, perhaps our fine theory is astray. Obviously, they are not looking for Korpanoff. Let us mix with the crowd, Monsieur Jolivet. To say the very least, I am intrigued.
That's all, Colonel. Every male prisoner in the compound has passed this point.
None escaped in the night?
None, Colonel. I personally went around...
Enough. Fetch the note.
It is here, Colonel.
Now, Martha Strogoff, mother of Michael Strogoff, do you see this?
I see it.
The note. Pretty little whip, isn't it? You see the leathern thongs? The iron pieces tied to each thong? It is said that 120 lashes with the knout is equivalent to a death sentence. Because you will not speak, I have sentenced you to death. If at any time during the punishment you wish to change your mind, you have only to call.
I will not speak. I will not.
Begin.
Aye, Colonel. Stop!
Michael Strogoff. And, as I see now, the man of Ishim.
Himself. You knouted me there, Ivan, the traitor. Now I repay it.
Seize him. You struck me. Me, Ivan Ogareff.
Your face is badly marked, Colonel. Will I...
Search him.
There's the package.
Give it to me. Now, this is the document. Yes. Yes.
Will we put him to death, Colonel?
Captain Strogoff of the Imperial Corps of Couriers? No, he is far too important for summary justice. Take him to the city under strong guard. He is reserved for the judgment of the Amir.
Mother, you must eat. You must drink. Your son cannot be served by your denial of food.
If only he had not spoken. If only he had remained in the background. I could have borne the lash.
What son could stand by and see his mother tortured? You do him an injustice.
For Holy Russia, I could endure death.
But at least he is still alive. Ogareff has what he wanted. Perhaps he will be satisfied with that.
He will not be satisfied until he has put my son to death.
Have faith, Mother. Michael came so far. He will find a way to go on.
I pray that your faith is justified, child, but the years bear heavily on me now. Yesterday, there was still hope. Today, what is there today?
There is still hope. Now you must eat. This afternoon we'll be on the march again. They're going to make a triumphal entry into Tomsk tonight. If we are fortunate, we may see Michael. Courage, Mother. Help me to be strong as I will help you. Courage.
So this is Tomsk. A fine city, Monsieur Jolivet.
Agreed, Mr. Blunt. And I think we are witnessing something that has been observed by only a few Europeans.
Drums, music, dancers. Fantastic. This level plain above the town is an ideal spot for the Tartar revelries. Ah, the dignitaries of the Emir's court are taking their places on the terrace.
And the Emir himself, Mr. Blunt. But we have come a little too soon, like honest citizens who like to get their money's worth. The curtain has not yet risen on the scene we wish to observe.
Nicholas Korpanoff.
Michael Strogoff.
I would like to know what was in that document taken from him. Obviously it was a dispatch.
But to whom? Probably we shall never know, Mr. Blunt. The prisoners have begun to march past the Emir. The ballet before the final act. The compulsory ballet.
Monsieur Jolivet, I am not sure that I want to witness the final humiliation of Michael Strogoff. He struck Ogareff, and while Ogareff bears the scar of the knout, he will not forgive. He will exact a merciless penalty, torture, and then death. It is the way of these Asiatics.
See, there is Michael. They are bringing him before the Emir now. Come, my friend. We must get closer if we can. In the last act of the drama, there may be a place for us. Come.
You have done well, Ivan. You will have your due reward for this. Are there any more prisoners?
One.
Is this the man?
Yes. Bring him before the Emir.
Forward, you dog!
Yes, sire. This is the man. Your forehead to the ground.
No.
You will die, Captain Strogoff.
I can die, traitor. But your face will carry the mark of the whip until you die also.
Who is this prisoner?
A Russian spy.
A spy? What is his name?
Michael Strogoff, captain in the corps of the Czar's couriers.
I see. Place before me the sacred book of the Quran.
Sir?
Does the prisoner know the meaning of the ritual of the Fal?
Do you spy? Then I shall tell you. When the Emir opens the sacred book, he will place his finger at random upon the page. The sense of the verse thus chosen will be interpreted and sentence passed on you.
Let us begin, Ivan. The night comes on apace. I'm weary of this play.
Open the sacred book, sire, and let God be this criminal's judge.
There, I have done. Read me the verse, Ivan.
And he will see no more the things of this earth.
And how would you interpret the verse, Ivan?
His sight shall be put out.
Yes. That is an excellent interpretation. You, spy. You came here to watch our coming in and our going out. You have seen. Remember it well, for within the hour you will see no more. Take him away to a safe place, Ivan. We will keep the best entertainment until the last. Take him away.
So cruel and ruthless judgment has been passed on Michael. Helplessly, Blunt and Jolivet, Marfa and Nadia watch as he's dragged away. If the sentence is carried out, how will Michael fare in his mission for the Czar? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 17 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Sentence had been passed on Michael Strogoff, now revealed to the Amir and to Ogareff as a Russian officer of the Tsar's Corps of Couriers. But before the sentence must be executed, Michael was forced to stand in a distant corner of the square and observe the remainder of the entertainments provided for the Amir on this occasion of the entry into Tomsk. Troops of Persian dancing girls poured into the space before the Amir's divan, and quickly the instruments of the Tartar musicians took up the wild notes of the dance with guitar and flute, drum and tambourine. Richly their vestments glowed in the light of flickering torches, and as wildly and as beautifully as any danced the traitor's evil spy Sangari. But soon the dancing was done, and all the dancers and all the musicians gone away, and now was only the tramp of soldiers' feet in the square, and the muted sound of a trumpet. Michael Strogoff was brought forward. Before him stood Ogareff, and beside Ogareff stood the executioner, heating a saber across a brazier of coals. Across the square, beyond the ranks of soldiery, Blunt and Jolivet watched the scene.
Monsieur Jolivet, is there nothing we can do? See, they have brought his mother to witness her son's death. Barbarians.
Wait, Mr. Blunt. Our friend is not going to be put to death. No, he's to suffer a worse fate.
Worse?
They are going to put out his eyes in the Tartar fashion.
Great heavens.
It is so. Do you see the executioner standing there beside the white-hot saber? When they have taunted the prisoner and enjoyed whatever spectacle he may provide for them, the saber will be drawn across his eyes.
They will get nothing out of Michael Strogoff.
No. Therefore, we shall have but a short while to watch before we witness the end.
I do not wish to see it if there is nothing we can do to prevent it. Let us return to the city.
I shall come with you, Mr. Blunt. My cousin Madeleine would be no more edified by a description of this scene than would the readers of your journal. Let us go.
That such a man should fall as he must fall. A traitor's death. An inglorious spectacle for these Tartar butchers.
Come, Mr. Blunt. You have seen the last of Michael Strogoff. A brave and very gallant gentleman.
This is the end for you, Michael Strogoff. You anything to say? Very well. You heard the interpretation of the verse from the sacred book of the prophet. You have watched our comings and our goings. Our women have danced to delight the last moments of your eyes. And this is the end.
Oh, my mother, Nadia. If I had not come to this, then you would not have come to it. But I must bear it, as I have borne all things for my God and my country. Let them do it. Quickly. Quickly.
Is the saber ready?
Aye, it is ready.
Bring his mother forward. Let her see how we treat her son. He may wish to keep his last fond glance for her.
Ivan, the traitor, the last minutes of my eyes will be for you.
If you will have it so. Executioner?
Aye.
Put out his eyes. You are blind now, Michael Strogoff. Now will you reach Irkutsk? Who will warn the Grand Duke? Listen. Since you cannot see, I am holding in my hand the Tsar's dispatch. Do you hear? The true courier of the Tsar is Ivan Ogareff.
Michael.
Nadia.
I will cut your arms free. There. Now take my hand. Come. Use my eyes while you're asleep. I will lead you to Irkutsk.
Nadia, where are we?
Simolarsko. We must rest here, and I will find food. Oh, we've walked for 12 hours. I'm a little tired.
My poor child. Yes, rest.
This is an empty house. Sit down on the bench. There.
Thank you. Nadia, are you there?
Yes, I am close to you. I will not leave you, Michael.
We must separate.
Separate? But why?
I cannot make myself an obstacle to your journey. Your father is waiting for you at Irkutsk. You must rejoin him.
My father would curse me were I to abandon you now after all you have done for me.
You should think only of your father.
Michael, you have more need of me than my father. Do you mean to give up your journey to Irkutsk?
Not while I live.
You no longer have the letter.
Well, I shall manage without it, Nadia. They have treated me as a spy. I will act as a spy. I will go to Irkutsk and repeat all that I've seen, all that I've heard. I swear that I will. And one day, soon or late, I shall meet the traitor Ivan face to face. But I must arrive at Irkutsk before him.
And yet you speak of how separated.
Nadia, they've taken everything from me. I can't.
I have some rubles still, and my eyes. I can see for you, Michael, and I will lead you where you could not go alone.
Well, how shall we go?
On foot.
And how shall we live?
By begging.
Let us begin.
Wait here. I will go and procure food. Wait. Food, Michael. Barley bread and mead.
By begging?
Yes.
Well, it is food. Eat what you can for yourself first.
No, you are my patient. Drink. Bread. Eat, Michael.
Are you eating, Nadia?
Yes, there is ample for both of us.
If we should rest here for a few hours, will you have the strength to carry on, do you think, Nadia?
Yes.
My plan is to make the Krasnoyarsk as quickly as we can. Once I've made myself known to the governor of the city, he will help me. Perhaps provide a vehicle to take us the rest of the way to Irkutsk.
Oh, that would be wonderful. But first we must reach Krasnoyarsk.
We will. We will. Nadia, we've been walking for 2 hours.
Oh.
Nadia, you're tired. I've asked too much of you.
I can go on, Michael. If only we could rest a little more often. I do not seem to be able to keep walking as quickly as I could at first. My feet... Silly little feet, they were not made for these roads.
Listen. Is that a horse walking?
I hear nothing.
I'm sure there's a horseman approaching. If they're Tatars, we must hide.
Wait. I will go back to the turn in the road and see if there is anyone. Oh. I hear it now. There is someone coming.
Who is it?
Oh, a Kabitka. A young man walking beside the horse. With a dog on the seat of the cart.
Is he alone?
Yes.
Does he look friendly?
Yes, I would say so.
Wait here. Let him approach.
Well, where are you going in such a fashion?
We're going to Irkutsk.
To Irkutsk? Rather, Irkutsk is many miles distant.
I know it.
And you're going on foot?
Yes.
Well, but the young lady?
My sister is also going to Irkutsk.
Rather, your sister will never stand the journey.
Friend, the Tatars have robbed us of everything, and I have not a kopeck to offer you. But if you'll take my sister with you, I'll follow on foot. I'll run when necessary. I will not delay you.
No, I will not. Sir, my brother is blind.
Blind?
The Tartars put out his eyes.
Barbarians. Listen, I am going to Krasnoyarsk. Why shouldn't you and your sister ride with me? By squeezing a little, it'll hold 3 of us. Besides, Circa, my dog, will not mind walking. But I don't go very quickly. My horse has a long way to go. I must save him as much as possible.
Friend, what is your name?
Nicholas Picasso.
It is a name I will never forget.
Oh, climb in, brother. You can sit in the bottom of the cart with your sister. There's plenty of birch bark and barley straw for your comfort. Down, Circo. There. You comfortable? Here. Your sister is asleep.
Yes.
She's very pretty. They try to be strong. They are brave, but they're weak after all. Did you come very far?
Very far.
Poor young people. It must have hurt very much when they burned out your eyes.
It hurt.
Did you not weep?
I think I did.
I should have wept too. To think that one would never again see the things one loved. But they can see you, and that's a consolation.
Yes, perhaps. Tell me, friend Nicholas, have you never seen me before?
You? No. No, never.
The sound of your voice is not unknown to me. Yes. I know you, Nicholas Pigasoff. I remember now. We have met before.
Who is the friendly driver of the Kibitka, and where has Michael seen him before? So we leave Michael and Nadia at a time when their fortunes seem to have changed for the better. For surely, albeit slowly, they are being drawn in the direction of Irkutsk, where Michael is determined to finish the business which began in the palace at Moscow. Will Nicholas Pigasoff reveal himself as a true friend? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 18 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Fortunate it was for Michael Strogoff that he had befriended Nadia Fedor in the days when she needed a friend. For now, Michael was blind through the evil agency of Ivan Ogareff, and alone he could not have attempted the long journey to Irkutsk. Guiding him by the hand, Nadia led Michael out of Tomsk and along the road to Semelasko. For long hours they walked in silence, on and on down the unending road, until Nadia's brave heart seemed to cease its beating from fatigue, and her limbs shook as with ague, and her steps flagged, and her eyelids fluttered wearily down over her burning eyes. But amid these continuing miseries, a stroke of luck befell them. A passing kibitka, a cart drawn by a single horse, owned by a young man named Nicholas Pigasoff, took pity on their plight, and soon Michael and Nadia were riding in the rough vehicle. Michael held conversation with the young man, and soon realized that he'd seen Nicholas some time previously.
You know the sound of my voice?
At Coliban, in the telegraph office. You were the official in charge of the telegraph.
Well, I was going to tell you that. Yes, I was the clerk in charge of the station.
You stayed at your post until the moment when the Tartars broke into the building. You're a brave man, Nicholas Pigasov.
Oh, one must do what one can.
The Frenchman and the Englishman were disputing their right to send messages. And the Englishman had you telegraphs and poetry.
That's possible, although I don't remember it.
But you must remember it.
I never read the dispatches which I send. My duty being to forget them, the shortest way is not to read them at all.
Yes, I expect you're right.
Oh, do you see the grove of fir trees ahead? We must stop there for an hour's rest. There's bound to be grass and possibly water.
But we've been traveling for only 2 hours.
Travel for 2 hours, rest for 1. Day and night, brother. 2 hours on the road, 1 hour in camp. It'll see us to Krasnoyarsk.
You have a sound head, Nicholas. 2 hours traveling, 1 hour resting. So be it. Today is the 22nd of August, is it not, Nadia?
Yes, that is right. We have been on the road for 6 days since we met Nicholas.
Are you rested?
I'm ready for anything, Michael.
Good. Nicholas, how's the weather?
Oh, fine enough, brother. We're in the last days of summer. The autumn is short in Siberia. Soon we shall feel the first winter frosts. Perhaps the Tartars will think of going into quarters during the bad season.
I don't think so.
No? Do you think they will march on to Irkutsk?
Yes.
You may be right. They have a wicked man as their leader. A man who will force them along the road. You've heard of him? Ivan Ogareff?
Yes, I have heard of him.
I do not think it is right for a man to betray his own country.
No, it isn't right.
Brother, it isn't my business, but it seems to me that you are not half indignant enough when you hear the name of Ivan Ogareff. Your Russian heart should leap within you.
Believe me, friend, when I tell you that I hate him more than you can ever hate him.
It is not possible. No, it isn't possible. When I think of Ivan Ogareff and the harm he is doing to our sacred Russia, I think that if I could get my hands on him...
If you could get your hands on him?
I think I should kill him.
And I? I am sure of it.
It is Krasnoyarsk.
Oh, how beautiful it looks in the sunset. Michael, we are within half a mile of the city. I can see the spires of the churches and the outline of the houses built on the bank of the river.
Excellent. Now I shall be able to take up my job for the government again. They've been paying me all this time, and I've not earned my wage.
Nadia, this is the real turning point in our fortunes. As soon as I can seek audience with the governor and persuade him that I am what I am, we will have a fast carriage at our disposal. We'll be in Irkutsk long before the Tartars. Oh, I have waited for this last stage of the journey.
Oh, but we are still hundreds of miles from Irkutsk, Michael.
Yes, but now the way is clear. We've outdistanced the Tartars and... Yes, Nicholas, what is it?
There's something I don't understand here. There's not a light in the city. And yet it is dusk.
It is true, Michael.
And no smoke from the chimneys. Can the town be asleep?
Nicholas, drive quickly. Get into the city.
Michael, what is wrong?
They've beaten me. Drive! Drive!
Deserted. Nothing.
It is true, Michael. There is not a single soul in the city. All have gone.
But why? Why?
Oh, I remember now. The last telegram I sent on to Krasnoyarsk. Yes, that was it.
In heaven's name, what do you remember?
I don't read them, as I told you. But this one comes to mind because I had to repeat it 3 times. The clerk at the telegraph office in the city was very slow. Yes, it was an order from the Tsar himself.
What was the Tsar's order?
The governor was to leave the city and take refuge at Irkutsk. Yes, that was it. All the people, every man, woman, and child. They were to take everything of value and leave nothing for the Tartars when they came. They were to leave a desert behind them.
They have done that.
Oh, alas, how shall I find employment here?
You must go on with us to Irkutsk.
Well, I must indeed. The telegraph will be working between Udenark and Irkutsk. And there... shall we start, brother?
I think we'd better rest until the morning. We have the Yenisei to cross. It'll be a raging torrent now.
Michael, how are we going to cross? If there is no boat, no ferry...
We'll rest now. Put up your horse, Nicholas, and then find us an empty house. Tomorrow we attempt the river. Can you see a boat?
It is scarcely light, brother. There's a heavy fog over the river. Have patience.
Here comes a breeze. The fog will soon clear.
Can you see yet? Is there a boat or raft?
I can see nothing.
Oh, everything has been taken away or destroyed according to the Tsar's order. Unless the Tartars bring materials with them, they will not be able to cross.
Listen. A little further up the river, there's a small quay. Ferries and private boats were moored there in the old days. Let us make for the quay and see if anything has been left. Give me your hand, Nadia.
Yes, Michael.
Walk as quickly as you can. We must cross the river without delay.
There is nothing, Michael. Not a boat, a barge, a raft. Not even a mooring rope.
It is hopeless, friend.
We shall cross. Are there houses behind us?
Yes, but they are all deserted.
Let us each take a house and search it thoroughly. There may be rope, planks of wood, even a raft hidden by some prudent villager. Lead me to the first house, Nadia.
But, Michael, you cannot see.
I can feel. Lead the way. Nadia, Nicholas.
I am coming. Have you found something?
What are these?
Leathern bottles. A heap of them.
What is it, brother?
These leathern bottles. How many are there, Nadia?
Oh, at least a dozen.
Are they full?
Yes, kumis. It'll be a welcome addition to our stock of provisions.
Put two aside and empty the rest. These will help us across the river.
But a raft, we have no raft.
Empty the bottles and put them in the cart. And then drive it down to the water's edge. We're going to cross the river after all.
Now, brother.
The cart will be our raft. If we tie the bottles to the sides of the cart and a couple of them to the horse, we should be buoyant enough to float.
Well thought. Oh, but the current is swift. We'll not get across in a straight line.
It doesn't matter. Once across, we can soon find the road to Irkutsk again. Let us begin.
They're certainly large bottles. Oh, bless the man who laid in his store of kumis.
Tie two on each side of the cart. Two in front and two behind also. The remaining two can be fixed to the shaft to support the horse. If he swims as strongly as he runs, then we have nothing to fear.
Oh, I'll vouch for him.
Nadia, are you afraid?
No, Michael.
If we should flounder, take hold of me and don't let go. If we fail, let us fail together.
I would have it that way.
Well, the bottles are all in position, brother. Do we start?
Yes, immediately. Can we launch the cart from the bank?
Oh, easily. It slopes down quite gently.
Give me your hand, Nadia. Settle yourself comfortably.
We are ready.
Drive on, Nicholas.
Sailing in a cart.
Michael, I think we'll be in trouble in a moment.
What is it?
The whirlpool. We are moving into it.
I can feel it. We're inclining towards the center of the eddy.
Brother, the horse is not strong enough to swim out.
Help me off with my coat.
Michael, what are you going to do?
I shall help the horse. It's our only chance.
Michael, help me!
Can Michael aid the failing strength of the unfortunate animal struggling in the turbulent waters of the river? This is a bold and desperate gamble by the blind courier. If it succeeds, the small party may reach Irkutsk unarmed. But if it fails, what then? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 19 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. By the ingenious use of leathern bottles to support the kibitka, Michael, Nadia, and Nicholas launched their strange craft upon the turbulent waters of the river Yenisei. Since their meeting with Nicholas Pigasoff, fate had seemed to be with them. But suddenly, as they struggled across the river, the blind Michael realized that they were in imminent danger. The horse, now failing in strength, was unable to swim clear of a whirlpool, and rapidly the frail craft surged nearer and nearer to the center of the eddy. In a moment, Michael had thrown off his coat and dived into the surging waters. Gripping the bridle, he urged the terrified animal toward safety, and now was begun a desperate fight for the lives of all.
Michael! Michael! How you up, free? Paddle! Throw your hand! Be off! Be off! Hold him there, Nicholas! We're making way. Another 10 yards and we're safe. Be off! Be off!
Nadia, are you all right? Nicholas?
I'm all right now, thank you, Michael.
It was a brave thing to do, my friend. I could not have done it.
Can you see the road to Irkutsk? We're not more than a mile downstream, I think.
If we rest for an hour, my horse will soon take us there.
Well, we've crossed the Yenisei. It was difficult enough for us. Perhaps it'll prove impossible to the Tartars.
Perhaps.
It'll be a pleasant journey to Irkutsk. The road is good, and there are many shady groves along the way. And we have ample provisions.
The villages we pass will be deserted.
No matter. We will reach Irkutsk.
The lights, Rabinsk, Kamsk, all deserted.
It's strange to ride through the towns. No people, no animals. Not even a stray cat.
How far to Irkutsk now, Michael?
About 350 miles, I think. In 10 or 12 days, we shall be there.
Yeah, it'll bring great joy to your father. He'll listen amazed to the story of your travels. I had not expected such a journey when I left the telegraph office at Kolyvan.
There is nothing to prevent us reaching home safely. There's been no sign of the Tartar vanguard.
Oh, heaven be praised.
What time of the day is it?
3 in the afternoon, Michael. We'll be making a halt soon.
The small group of...
Ah! Oh, Nicholas, what is it?
Did you not see?
Oh, but what?
A hare. Not 30 feet in front of us. It ran across the road.
That is a superstition, friend. No harm will come to you.
No, a hare has crossed my path. That is an evil omen. There's danger ahead.
There is nothing to fear.
Nothing for you, nor for your sister. But for me, it is my fate.
Drive on. Your fate is linked with ours. No harm will come to you. Nadia, can you see Nizhny Udinsk? We must be almost in sight of the town. There are several tall steeples which are visible from 2 miles.
Nothing yet, Michael. I will tell you as soon as I see
Whoa there.
Why are we stopping?
My horse shied at something by the roadside. I cannot see what it is. No, quiet, Serko. Brother, it is a dead man. An old mujik.
Oh.
Wait. He is dead, you say? How long?
The body is cold. Yes, this one has been dead for some time. He is mutilated.
The Tartars?
Oh, it is their work, undoubtedly.
Come, friend. We must hurry onwards.
But the body, can we not bury it?
No, we haven't the time. Somehow the Tartars have outdistanced us. Or more likely, a fresh column is marching to besiege Irkutsk.
It will be dangerous.
It will. But I must reach Irkutsk, friend.
Look, Nicholas. The steeples of Nizhny Odinsk.
Yes, and the city is on fire. Those are not clouds.
Can you see the reflection of the fires?
Yes.
Oh, we are almost up with the Tartars, brother. The bodies strewn along the road. We are not an hour behind them. Do we go on?
Yes. Down on the road, quickly!
My horse! My horse!
Oh, they've killed my horse. They've killed him.
Shut his mouth.
No, let me go. You killed my horse.
Don't try to escape. Let them take us prisoner.
But Nicholas, he's lying on the ground.
Courage.
Let's have a look at you. Russians.
Yes, we are Russians.
You speak the Tartar language, eh?
Yes.
You might be useful to us, then. And you?
This girl is my sister. We were traveling to Irkutsk.
Sir, my brother is blind.
What did he say?
My sister is trying to tell you that I'm blind.
Blind? Good. The less you see, the better. You there, tie this man to your stirrup. He can run alongside you to Odinsk.
Michael, what are they going to do?
I am to be tied to this fellow's stirrup.
Oh, but if you should fall... Oh, Michael.
I shall not fall. And I shall run all the way to Irkutsk if need be. Courage, Nadia.
I'll take the girl. Are you ready?
What about this one here?
Leave him. 2 prisoners are enough. Ride!
Oh, my poor Michael. What have they done to you?
I am... all right. In a moment.
I couldn't bear to watch when you fell in the street and they dragged you by the wrists. I thought you'd be killed.
No. They will not kill me. I shall reach Irkutsk.
But why have they thrown us in here?
They think that I will be useful to them as an interpreter. We're safe for the moment.
Oh, let me look at your wounds.
I'm not badly hurt. A few cuts and bruises. They're nothing. What is this room?
Oh, part of an old house, I think. It's a dirty room. There are no windows. The only entrance is the door. It was locked and bolted after you came in.
I feel better. The last few 100 yards were the worst. But that is over now.
Michael, did you hear anything? How did the Tartars come to be here? We thought we'd left them beyond the Yenisei.
From scraps of conversation I overheard, it seems that the detachment which captured us is part of a 3rd column not under the direct orders of the Amir. They've sent troops to provide a bridge for the Amir across the Yenisei. The rest of them are making for Irkutsk, about 50,000.
How will the Russians in Irkutsk hold off such an army? And all the thousands under the Amir's command when they come?
Help will arrive sooner or later. If Irkutsk can hold out. Nadia, I must escape from this prison soon.
Oh, but how?
Listen. That is how we'll escape. Tonight the Tartars will be drunk with victory. Their men will be intoxicated. Then our chance will come.
Here, you Russian. Food, water. Make the most of it.
Thank you. Are we to be left in this stinking room all night?
Do you expect the Czar's palace? Perhaps someday you might be a prisoner there. You and your pretty sister. Pretty's the word, isn't it? Maybe she'd like to dance for us. Eh, my little pigeon? Okay. Now, coming.
We'll talk about that later. Nothing to escape. I'll be back before midnight. Tell your sister what I said, blind man.
Oh, Michael, what are they going to do? I saw the way he looked at me.
Nadia, there's no danger. I won't let them touch you. But listen, tonight when the guard comes, we must escape. It'll be our only chance. He'll be half intoxicated with kumis.
Will it come to violence?
I've played the coward from the moment I left Moscow. But now I shall play the man. I am a soldier, Nadia. If there is no other way, I must kill. My mission is far more important than my life. It is immeasurably more important than the lives of my country's enemies. Tonight, when the guard comes, I shall be standing beside you. Lure the guard towards us. When you say the word, I shall strike.
I shall do it.
I trust you, Nadia. Get him within arm's length, and I'll do the rest. It'll be quick, merciful. Can you do it?
I have said.
Show me where I must stand, and then we'll rest until he comes. This is our only chance. Pray that he comes alone. Nadia, wake up. He's coming.
I was not asleep. Stand there beside me.
Are you afraid?
No, I am glad. Glad.
You're waiting up for me, eh? Well, you won't have long to wait, eh, little one? You'll dance for us tonight, little pigeon, huh? Now there's a...
Now, Michael!
There, Nadia. It is done. Come, lead the way.
Okay, bring the girl.
Now or never, Nadia. Lead the way. And run.
Hey, there! Stop! Stop!
Michael has successfully completed the first part of his desperate plan to escape. But if they're discovered, what then? Can they break through the Tartar guards and all the troops camped in the city of Udinsk? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 20 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. With incredible courage and unrelenting determination, Michael Strogoff bore the insults and the physical suffering thrust upon him by the detachment of Tartars who brought him, tied to a horse's stirrup, into the town of Nizhny Udinsk. With Nadia Fedor, he was flung into an empty room, and with Nadia, he planned how best they could make their escape. Soon the chance came. A drunken guard came to the room to take away the girl, when suddenly she gave a sign, and Michael leapt upon the guard and overpowered him. Michael and Nadia were free. If they could escape the Tartars, now diverted from the entertainments they had promised themselves. A voice shouted angrily in a distant part of the house.
Hold there! Sergei! There! The prisoners are escaping!
Into the street, Nadia! Guide me by hand.
Down this way, Michael. There's a heavy byway between the church and the gardens.
Lead and I follow.
Faster! Faster!
We've thrown them off, Michael. We are not being pursued.
He won't worry over much about us. In any case, they're all celebrating the capture of the town. Fortunately, they never guessed my real identity. But we must put distance between us.
Towards Irkutsk?
Always.
Oh, I'm rested now. Come, Michael.
Nadia. Nadia.
Oh.
Exhausted. We must find food during the next march or die. I cannot leave her. Not while there's a chance that we might reach Irkutsk before Ogareff. When she can walk no further, I will carry her in my arms. While I have strength in my body, I must bend it to do the Tsar's will. What time is it now, I wonder? Near morning? I must wake her.
Nadia. Nadia, my dear. Nadia.
Oh, it is you, Michael. I was dreaming, I think. Are you ready to start again?
We must.
I know. Have you slept?
No, I couldn't. What time is it?
About 3 a.m, I think. The eastern sky is paling.
There's a small village not more than 3 miles from here. Can you walk that far?
Of course. Oh, Michael, I am so weak and you have been so strong. If we do not find food in the village, I'm afraid that I will not be able to go on.
I will carry you then. I've sworn to see you safely in Irkutsk, and I will.
Yes, I believe you will. But how?
It's growing light. I can feel it. Come, Nadia. Give me your arm. The village is not so very far ahead.
I will try. I will try.
You feel better now?
How fortunate to find food in a deserted village. Oh, deserted except for the bodies of the poor people who perished under the Tartar swords.
They will be avenged.
Oh, it is horrible.
Nadia, since we've been together, you have never spoken of my mother. How did you meet?
By accident, or by divine providence. We were attracted to each other in some strange way. I was able to help her when the road grew over-weary, and in return, she gave me the strength of will to carry on, and hoped that someday it would all be well for us. But your mother, is she...
Dead? I don't know. She was lying near the place where they put out my sight. I felt for her body. I don't know whether she survived that night or not.
Poor mother. When we met, you were Nicholas Korpanoff to me.
I should have always been Nicholas Korpanoff.
No, you could not.
I've broken my oath, Nadia. I had sworn not to see my mother.
You could not help but go to her in the moment when the lash was raised above her.
I have broken my oath. May I be pardoned for it?
Michael, I have a question to ask you. Don't answer if it vexes you.
Speak.
Now that the Tsar's letter has been taken from you, why are you so anxious to reach Irkutsk? Did you know the contents of that letter before you left Moscow?
No, I did not.
Then, am I to think that your wish to place me in my father's hands is the only thing which draws you on towards Irkutsk?
No, I cannot deceive you. I go where duty orders me to go. As to taking you to Irkutsk, Nadia, it is you who are taking me. Don't I see with your eyes? Isn't it your hand which guides me? Oh, I don't know if fate will cease to go against us. But the day on which you thank me for placing you in your father's hands, on that day I will thank you for having led me to Irkutsk.
Poor Michael. But that is no answer to my question. Why are you in such a hurry to reach Irkutsk?
Because I must be there before Ivan Ogareff.
Even now?
Even now. And I will be there. Can you walk a little faster, Nadia?
I will try. Oh, how far now?
A mile to Kimiltaisko. Since you say we've passed the fir grove.
Oh, do we rest there?
No, we must cross the Dinka before dark. If you can walk so far.
I can try. Give me your hand.
Time to move, Nadia.
I can't. I can't.
I will lift you up. See? It will be easier once you are warm.
9 days. 9 days we've walked and walked and walked. Oh, Michael, will it never end?
Lead me onto the high road, Nadia, my brave little sister. Another 2 days, 3 at most, and we'll reach the shores of Lake Baikal.
I can't.
You can. Take my hand. Lead me onto the road.
Leave me here, Michael. Reach Irkutsk. Tell my father where I am. I will wait until he comes. I'm not afraid of the Tartars, but I cannot walk any further. I cannot.
Oh, my dear, forgive me. I've asked 10 times too much of you already. Come, I'll carry you. In 6 hours, we'll be at the lake. Shh, Nadia. One last effort. For Russia and the Czar.
Michael, it is the lake.
We have achieved it then.
Oh, put me down.
You're not heavy.
Oh, but you have carried me for nearly 6 hours.
I couldn't have done it without your eyes to see for me.
Oh, I'm sorry for the scene I made. It was that my heart failed me for a moment.
Someday, somehow, I swear that I will make up all this for you.
No, I owe everything to you. Oh, how beautiful it is.
I remember it. 300 rivers flow into Lake Baikal, Nadia, and yet only one river flows out to carry away all that water. It's down that one river we must go, for Irkutsk lies on the banks of it.
What do they call it?
The Angara. From here to the mouth of the river is about 40 miles. And from the mouth of the river to Irkutsk only another 60.
Only 100 miles.
But see how little remains of the 1,700 miles which faced us when we left Moscow.
But how will we cover the last 100? Not on foot, Michael. Oh, no.
No, it'll be easy, I hope. There are fishing boats and small rafts which ply along the shore of the lake. If we're fortunate enough to find one.
It is growing late, Michael. Perhaps we'd better go down to the shore.
Who's hurrying now? All right, then. Down to the shore. Can you see anyone?
Not yet.
I thought I heard voices. I was mistaken.
Michael, stop. There is someone. A great heap of rocks. I saw a man. He was spying on us, I think.
Tatars?
I don't know. Oh, what shall we do?
Too late now for hiding. If this is the end, Nadia, let us walk towards it. Come.
To the end, Michael.
Brave.
Stop. Stay where you are.
A Russian.
Oh, heaven be praised. We mean you no harm. We are Russians.
Who are you? Where have you come from?
We are alone, and we come from Moscow. My brother has been blinded by the Tartars. We are trying to reach Irkutsk.
That is sad for your brother, but I can help you reach Irkutsk. We are going there.
We?
Yes. Fugitives from the Tartars, brother. 30 of us. I am a boatman. I own the raft. It will hold 2 more.
Where are the Tartars?
Along both banks of the Angara. If the ice doesn't block us, If the wolves don't attack, if the Tartars don't discover us in the dark, we will reach Irkutsk. Do you wish to travel with us?
We do.
Come. It is a small chance, but there is no other way. Come.
So Michael and Nadia reached the last stage of their incredible journey across Russia. But Michael must yet find his way into the city of Irkutsk. The Tartars line the banks of the river. Manifold dangers lie in wait for the weary travelers. What will be the outcome of the journey by raft? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 21 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. After a long and arduous journey across the Siberian steppes, Michael and Nadia had at last reached the southwest corner of Lake Baikal. Only 100 miles separated them from Irkutsk, and Michael considered it fortunate that they'd fallen in with a band of fugitive Russians who were being taken by raft to the city. Within a few hours, the two travelers had been fed and rested. And now, as the long night drew on and the temperature fell toward zero, the boatman and his helpers pushed the raft away from the shore, and gently the current carried them towards the mouth of the Angara, the river on whose banks lay the city. In a stupor of exhaustion, Nadia lay silent on the floor of the raft. Michael slept little, for within him burned an unquenchable determination to fulfill his mission. So passed the night, until the grey dawn broke on the summits of the Altai.
Dawn, brother.
I felt the light against my eyelids. Are we far from the mouth of the Angara?
25 miles. The wind has been against us, and the current is sluggish at the best of times.
Is ice forming?
There are signs of it.
Will that prevent our passage of the river?
It might.
When do you expect to reach the Angara?
If the present conditions hold, about 4 in the afternoon.
So much the better. That'll enable us to sail down to Irkutsk in darkness. If the Tartars are on the banks...
Yes, darkness will help. Those barbarians seldom move at night.
It will be dangerous. And we have women and children aboard, my sister told me.
We must put our faith in divine providence, brother. We can do no more.
A little.
Large pieces?
As big as your fist.
Not serious yet.
Michael, we're almost there, I think. I can see the village the boatman told us about. Ivanitchnia. But it is quite deserted. Must have been pretty when people lived there. A tiny church. few small houses perched on the banks above.
It was a favorite stopping place for steamers and fishing boats, Nadia. But all that is finished while Tartars overrun the country. The villagers will have left. And I hope taken everything with them.
The quay is quite deserted. We're going to stop there.
Until darkness falls, it'll be safer. And besides, there are a few small repairs to be made.
It'll be a chance to stretch our legs. It was a funny thing to say when I think of all those dreadful miles.
Nadia, forget them. What is it?
Wait. Oh, why? They're going to take on more fugitives at the village. 2 men are running down to the quay. They must have been hiding in one of the houses. Oh, Michael. It's the Englishman and the Frenchman. How did they get here?
Blunt and Jolivet?
Yes.
Nadia, this could be serious. They know me now as Michael Strogoff, and my purpose in coming to Irkutsk. I must keep my identity hidden from these others.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. Yes, I must take the chance. They are men of honor. Nadia, as soon as they are aboard, ask them to come to me. Tell them it's important.
I will. We're against the quay. Jolivet is approaching the old boatman.
Oh, sir, can you help us? My friend and I seek passage to Irkutsk. If you will take us, we have money to pay you.
No one pays here, friend. We risk our lives equally.
Will you take us?
Come aboard. There is plenty of room in the stern of the raft.
Monsieur Jolivet.
What is it, Mr. Blunt?
Look there, coming towards us. Nicholas Korpanoff's sister. I mean, Michael Strogoff's.
Please, gentlemen, do not speak that name. I'm returning to my place in the stern of the raft. When I take out my handkerchief, join me. Do not attract attention to yourselves.
We understand. When you signal, we will come.
Thank you.
Well, what do you make of that, Mr. Blunt?
I cannot imagine. How did she come to be here? Alone?
But is she alone?
You mean? Oh, impossible, Monsieur Jolivet. We saw him before the executioner at Tom's. He couldn't have escaped.
No, I expect you're right. Let us sit down, Mr. Blunt, and watch the young lady for I signal to approach.
They will come when I take out my handkerchief, Michael. I have warned them to say nothing. They understand.
Did you tell them that I was here?
No.
How's the light?
Fading.
Give them the signal.
Yes. There. I have given it.
Are they coming?
Yes.
My dear young lady. Great heaven. Is it... Are you...
He does not see you, gentlemen. The Tartars...
Yes, we understand. Mr. Blunt, sit down. I will sit here.
Oh, forgive my rudeness. My dear fellow, this is amazing. How glad we are to see you.
Gentlemen, you ought not to know who I am, or why I am come to Siberia. I ask you to keep my secret. Will you promise?
On my honor.
On my word as a gentleman.
Thank you.
Can we help you in any way? Is there anything we can do to help you accomplish your mission?
I must act alone, gentlemen. It's better that way.
But without your sight.
I have Nadia, and her eyes are enough for me.
I can well believe it, since you have traveled thus far.
We're putting off from the quay, I think. Do you wish us to return to our part of the raft, Mr. Korpanoff?
No. If you'd like to keep us company until darkness falls, then perhaps we might talk. I would like to hear the story of your own travels.
Very well. We will stay. It is quite dark now, Mr. Korpanoff, and your sister is asleep.
Then we can talk. Of course, Nadia is not my sister.
We have realized that, of course.
Nadia Fedor. If you need a story to tell your people, you will find an epic in Nadia Fedor's story, gentlemen. To some is given strength of body, to others strength of intellect, of will. In Nadia Fedor they are combined. To suffer as she has suffered and to struggle on, asking nothing, giving all. That is courage, gentlemen. I will say no more. But I would willingly give my life to fulfill her purpose.
Perhaps her story will be told when the time is opportune.
But that is not yet. How did you manage to reach Lake Baikal, Mr. Korpanoff?
I shall never cease to wonder. Somehow, across the steppes from Tomsk to the lake, we found a friend, food, water, a place to shelter. Our steps were guided. Nothing can stop me reaching Irkutsk now. Nothing.
But the letter. You haven't the letter.
We saw it taken from you.
It does not affect my mission.
Mr. Korpanoff, there is a time to speak one's mind and a time to keep one's own counsel. But there is something I must say, and I know that I speak also for Mr. Blunt.
Yes?
At Ishim, you remember the posting house where the man we now know as the traitor Ogareff struck you with his whip?
I have not forgotten.
At Ishim, Mr. Korpanoff, we allowed you to go without seeking you out.
Why should you have done so?
To shake you by the hand. Let me put my hand in yours. There. I have remedied a grievous error of judgment.
And I.
It is most generous of you both. I know that I will have friends in Irkutsk.
At your service, Mr. Korpanoff.
Tell me, if you were at Tomsk, how did you manage to outride the Tatars?
We were able to obtain horses in Tomsk, fast horses, and for a time it seemed that we would easily outdistance them. But the third column, of which we had no knowledge, caught us in the valley of the Yenisei. We were forced to move southward, and so to the village at the mouth of the Angara.
You were fortunate. Then you think that the Amir and Ogareff have invested Irkutsk?
Nothing is more certain. The three columns will have joined before the city. Our only hope of entering is by this raft, under cover of darkness. You are aware of the very great risk we are running?
I am.
Oh, it is cold. And there's more ice in the water.
How bad is it?
The old boatman has been steering his way through it for some time. It is not yet sufficient to hamper our progress. Mr. Blunt!
What is it, Monsieur Jallet?
Put your hand in the water.
Certainly, but I cannot see. Good heavens! The surface of the water seems slimy, oily.
Smell it.
Naphtha.
Did you say naphtha?
I did. The surface of the river is afloat with naphtha.
The Tartars!
Gentlemen, if a single spark should fall upon the river, we and the city of Irkutsk will be swept by a living wall of flame. We are in great danger.
Is this merely an exhibition of natural phenomena, since Lake Baikal is in the center of rich oil-bearing country? Or is it a malevolent and terrible engine of destruction, prepared by the Tatars for the last attack on the city of Irkutsk? What if the river is set afire, while the helpless raft drifts on its way? Can Michael reach the city in time to warn the Grand Duke? Listen again, when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 22 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. While Michael Strogoff, Nadia Fedor, and the two correspondents made their way slowly down the Angara on the raft, and at the precise moment when Michael realized the dreadful significance of the mineral oil floating on the surface of the river, two men were talking in the palace of the Grand Duke in the city of Irkutsk. One was the Duke himself, and the other his right-hand man, and the one responsible for the defense of the city, General Voronov. The richly paneled room in which they stood opened to a wide balcony, and from here could be seen the city spread below them. Bell towers, steeples slender as minarets, canals and gardens, wide streets and flowering trees merged softly with the gathering twilight. The Grand Duke stared moodily across the city for a moment, and then turned to his general.
You say that the defenses of the city are complete, General.
As complete as time and ingenuity can make them, Highness.
How long can we hold out against a full-scale attack?
We have one regiment of Cossacks, a corps of police, besides several irregular regiments of townfolk armed as well as could be managed. We have ample food to withstand a long siege, and beyond Irkutsk lies a desert. The Tartars will have to forage widely to sustain themselves.
It will make them all the more eager to reduce the city. Troops from the province of Yakutsk cannot hope to relieve us within the week.
We can hold out, Highness, if every man acquits himself as a soldier and a Russian.
Look there. Do you see the campfires of the Tartars across the river? 50,000 men at least, under the most able captain of his generation, Feofar Khan.
And the cruelest. We can expect no quarter if they breach our defenses.
I trust that none will be given.
They will answer for my men, Highness. Would you hear the deputation from the group of exiles within the city?
Russians?
Yes. I've armed them, and already they've proved their worth.
What do they ask?
They wish to form a special corps of their own and be placed at the head of the first sortie.
They are Russians. It is their right to fight for their country. Have they a leader?
That is the reason they seek audience. They wish to appoint one of their number to the command.
His name?
Fedor. Vasily Fedor.
Fedor. Do you know anything of him?
I would recommend him, Highness. He's a man of worth and courage. His influence over his companions has always been considerable.
How long has he been at Irkutsk?
2 years.
His conduct?
Above reproach. He has faithfully obeyed the laws which govern him as an exile from Russia.
Vasily Fedor. Yes, I will meet the deputation. Would you be so good as to ask them to step this way? We will need men like Vasily Fedor when the Tartar arrives.
Is this the work of the Tartars?
I would say so. There are several reservoirs of oil on the banks of the river. If the walls were breached deliberately, the oil would flow naturally into the Angara.
There seems to be nothing we can do, except warn the defenders of the city. But how?
What is the time, Mr. Blunt?
A few minutes to 10 o'clock.
Apparently we haven't reached the outposts of the Tartar camp.
Mr. Blunt, look there, down the river. Good heavens. Are they Tartars?
What do you see?
Black objects, Mr. Korpanoff, springing across the ice.
They are wolves. Wolves? Mr. Jolivet, warn the boatman. Tell him to get the women and children into the center of the raft. The men must cover every approach. Use knives only. We daren't draw attraction to ourselves.
They will.
Nadia, wake up.
Oh, Michael, what is it?
There are wolves on the river. Go to the center of the raft with the others. You will be safe there.
Yes, Michael.
Hurry, Nadia, and do all you can to keep them quiet. Any noise will have the Tartars down on us.
Like a pack of wolves also. Is it usual for them to attack in this way, Mr. Kopenoff?
Yes. But I'm afraid that we're going to be hard put to it to keep them out. Hunger and cold has sent them roaming through the province. They'll be savage. That'll be the leader. They're like an army, these wolves. They fight in a pack led by the strongest.
I've warned everyone to be ready. The men will fight with knives and clubs.
I see you have a knife, Mr. Kopenoff. Surely you don't intend...
I was a hunter before I was a courier, Mr. Jolivet, and I trust my hunter's instinct will be of some use. Guide me to the side of the raft.
Yes. Just here, I think.
Lie down on either side of me, gentlemen. I think we can hold the brutes off.
This will make excellent copy, Monsieur Jolivet.
Excellent, Mr. Blunt.
Stand by, men. The wolves are upon us.
Mr. Blunt, how will it never be done?
We seem to have slaughtered 100, and yet they're still attacking.
Not for the moment. Are you all right, Mr. Kopenoff?
Yes. How you manage it is beyond my comprehension. You slew at least a dozen of the brutes, and every one at the throat.
It is an instinct, gentlemen, as I told you.
I hope that we can hold off the next attack. We are all becoming weaker, I think. One can only stand so much of this.
At least we have given a good account of ourselves.
Prepare yourselves, men. The wolves are coming at us again.
I can see the brutes. Hundreds of them. They're swarming across the ice.
Come, Mr. Blunt. Let us do what we can to... Look! They are running away.
Fire! The Tartars have set a village on fire.
On the left bank?
Yes.
The village of Poshkarsk.
Michael, we're saved. The light from the burning village has driven away the wolves. They won't attack in the night, however hungry they may be.
Mr. Blunt, ask the boatman to steer close to the right bank. If we lie on the floor of the raft, we may pass the village unnoticed.
Fortunately, the wind is blowing away from the river. Any one of those sparks could set the oil afire.
We must trust in Providence. We will reach Irkutsk.
The ice is getting thicker, Michael.
Yes.
The boatman says that in another hour we'll be held fast.
Then we have still an hour in which to hope. And we shall be an hour nearer to Irkutsk.
Oh, it is good to be with you, Michael. You make me feel that I shall see my father again.
I have promised that you shall. Look ahead, Nadia. Does the river seem to narrow?
No. But there are high banks on either side of us now.
No matter. But if we should find a narrow defile ahead of us, then I'm afraid we shall have to leave the raft.
Oh, but why?
The ice is thickening. At the first narrow passage, it'll form a barrier through which the raft will have no chance of forcing away. If that happens, Nadia, take my hand and guide me across it. On the far side of the floe, we may find a block of ice large enough to carry us onwards. It'll be dangerous, but it'll be our only chance of reaching Irkutsk. And while there is still one chance left, I must take it.
I will do it, Michael.
You afraid?
I've never been afraid, Michael. I have been hungry, yes. Exhausted, yes. But I've never been afraid.
Well, I know it.
If we go on at our present rate, at what time will we reach Irkutsk?
About 5 a.m. After that, it'll be light.
And then we might be observed by the Tartars. Oh, Michael, I pray that we reach the city safely. If only I may see my father for a few moments. After that, I would not care.
You will be with him, Nadia.
We are discovered! Get down, everyone! Lie down! Lie down!
Michael! The raft is jamming in the ice!
Nadia, this is our last chance. Take my hand and guide me across the ice barrier. This is our last chance to reach Irkutsk. So Michael Strogoff, the man of iron, risks his life yet again in the service of his master. And while Michael and Nadia struggle desperately on towards Irkutsk, what plans are being carried out by the traitor, Ogareff, and his spy, Zangari? And how will Nadia's father, Vasily Fedor, fit into the pattern of this great adventure? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 23 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. While Michael Strogoff and Nadia were still a day's march from Lake Baikal, the great Amir and his Lieutenant Ogareff were camped with 50,000 men on the bank of the Angara, opposite to that on which lay the city of Irkutsk. So strongly was the town fortified, and so fierce a resistance had been put up by its defenders, that the first attacks by the Tartars were thrown off with heavy losses. But Ogareff was a clever engineer, and soon he had built a bridge above the town. Within 3 days, Irkutsk was surrounded on 3 sides, while across the river, the Tartar artillery was trained on the walls of the hapless city. Ogareff planned with his chiefs how best they might reduce the city.
Well, gentlemen, we are all gathered. Let me outline the situation as we now find it. Because we were delayed by the battle for Tomsk, and again because the defenders of Irkutsk worked more quickly than I had expected, we have been forced to put the city under siege.
And our 2 attacks have been repulsed with heavy losses.
That could not be helped. It was necessary to test their defenses.
We were almost in by the Bolkaya gate yesterday.
Almost, but we couldn't hold our gains. The Grand Duke has little or no artillery, but he destroyed all the suburbs of the city to provide a clear field of fire for his guns. Our men have to advance over open ground.
I say that we should make a full-scale attack tomorrow, at dawn. Attack on the north side of the city and throw in our best regiments.
It would be suicidal. We cannot expect to be left alone forever. Sooner or later, Russian troops will try to relieve the city. We must get into Irkutsk within the week.
I say attack at dawn tomorrow. If that fails...
If that fails, Captain, what then? Will you come back to me with your tail between your legs and ask for a new plan?
I will lead the attack myself. I am convinced that Irkutsk can be taken by direct assault.
And I am equally convinced that it cannot. But I will intercede with the Emir if you feel that the city can be taken thus.
If you say that the city cannot be taken, what other plan have you?
One that will not bear public expression at the moment. Attack tomorrow if you wish. If it fails, as it surely will, then I will take you into the city. I promise that.
Fine words. And meaningless, as most fine words are.
Captain, under the Emir, my word is supreme in this council. When you attack the city tomorrow, make certain that you gain entry, however costly and bloody it may prove to be. If you fail, do not return here. Do you understand?
Highness, I beg leave to present Vasily Fedor.
Leave is granted.
Your Highness does me signal honor.
Leave us General Vorontsov.
Highness,
You are Vasily Fedor, of whom General Vorontsov has already spoken.
The general was good enough to agree to have my case presented to Your Highness.
What is your case, Vasily Fedor? Speak plainly, for I like plain-spoken men.
Highness, I am a Russian. The reasons for which I was exiled have no bearing on the subject now that all are reduced to a common level by the presence of the enemy. Therefore, I beg your leave to take over command of the Corps of Exiles formed recently by those of us with the interests of Holy Russia truly before our eyes.
I have been told that you fought bravely before the Balkaya Gate in the Tartar attack.
We had previously determined to hold the attack at whatever cost, Highness.
Vasily Fedor, you have the look of a man who has known suffering. Well, insofar as it lies in my power, I shall make you what you formerly were. If you are to command, you must be a free man. Therefore, I say that your period of exile is over from this moment.
Highness.
And it would not be proper for you to command those who are not free. Therefore, I pronounce that all your corps of volunteers for Russia's cause are free also.
We will not fail you, Highness.
I am sure you will not, Captain Fedor. And now I have urgent business to attend. Will you kindly ask General Vorontsov to join me? You will find him in the anteroom, I fancy.
Thank you, Your Highness. Good night.
Good night, Captain Fedor. Enter.
Highness.
You have done well, General. For Captain Fedor and for me.
I am glad you approve, Highness.
We will need heroes to defend Irkutsk. And I have just made some. And now to work. Unroll the plan of the northern approaches, General. We must study them again. I'm not satisfied with the defenses there. We must make them more secure.
I have the plan here, Highness.
Good. Now, do you see the earthworks here? And the moat which we have...
Sangari.
I am here, Ivan.
Enter. Are the sentries alert?
As ever.
Good. Sit down, Sangari. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Ivan.
Do you know, Sangari, I sometimes wish that you were a man, or that I had 100 men as devoted to my person as you are devoted. With such 100, I would storm the portals of Moscow itself.
Your will is my will, Ivan. I would die for you.
I want you to live for me, my gypsy queen. To live for me, to be my eyes and my ears, my sixth sense. What do you think, Sangari? Tomorrow morning at dawn, Captain Buskov with 2,000 picked men is going to assault the northern side of the city.
But that is madness.
Exactly. But the captain is very sure of himself. Also, he is very young, and youth begets confidence. 1 hour after dawn, when the attack is all withered and broken and crawling helplessly against the earthworks of Irkutsk, Captain Buskov, if he is not already dead, is going to put his pistol to his head and blow out what little brains he has. A pity.
But couldn't you have stopped him?
Quite easily. Quite easily. I had only to say the word and the projected attack would have been laid aside. Few of my captains favored it.
Then why?
How well do you understand me, Sangari? Because once I rendered you a great service, you have given me the devotion and trust that a dog gives to its master. But how well do you understand me? If I have kept it from you, I have kept my secret well.
Ivan, this is a strange mood. I don't think I understand you.
Listen, Sangari. Listen, and I will tell you my secret. I am building a legend around the name of Ogareff. Tonight, one of my officers disregarded my counsel. Tomorrow, he will be defeated. Ogareff's counsel will prevail because it is wise counsel. I have the means to get into Irkutsk and open the city to my army. I can do it tonight, tomorrow. I will do it tomorrow.
But how, Ivan? How can you go alone into Irkutsk?
Before I tell you that, let me tell you of the legend. When the city is reduced, when nothing more remains of Irkutsk but smouldering ash, and I have paid my account with the Grand Duke, all eastern Siberia will be in our hands. Winter is coming on. Most of the hill tribes will want to return home. Some renegade Cossacks, Turkomans, Mongols will stay with a proven leader who can offer them an empire.
Ivan, what are you saying?
I am saying that with the hard core of an army, I can sweep across Russia from east to west, across the steppes, across the Urals, and into Moscow itself. I can do it, Sangari. And the beginning lies in the fall of Irkutsk. After that, my name will be above that of the Amir himself.
Ivan, have care.
Yes, I will have care. And now my plan to enter Irkutsk. Today is the 2nd of October. Tomorrow, under cover of a sortie, dressed as a Russian officer, I will enter the city and present myself to the Grand Duke as a courier from the Czar.
Oh, you have the letter still?
Some of it. The portion that refers to Ivan Ogareff is torn from the original. Naturally, as a hunted man, I was several times attacked and mauled by the Tartars. I swam flooded rivers. I walked and starved across the steppes. But I brought the Tsar's letter to the Grand Duke in spite of inhuman trials. After all, I am a member of that proud corps, courier of the Tsar. Yes, if I play it well, I shall make an excellent courier.
And then?
The plan takes shape, Sangari. At a given signal, while the Emir makes a diversionary attack on another portion of the city, I shall go down and open one of the gates. After that, Irkutsk is ours.
What will the signal be?
A river of flame.
A river of flame?
I have already arranged it. Near the mouth of the Angara are the government reservoirs of oil, naphtha oil. My men have orders to breach the reservoirs and allow the oil to flow into the river on the morning of the 5th of October. On the night of the 5th of October, having made my position secure with the Duke and his counselors, I shall set fire to the river. That will be the signal to begin the diversionary attack. An hour later, the Balkaya gate will be opened.
Ivan, that is a plan which cannot fail. Then you will have your revenge on the Grand Duke, and I shall witness it.
First Irkutsk, and then all Russia.
So Ivan Ogareff plans to do his traitor's work in Irkutsk itself. A man with no sense of honor or chivalry, bearing an implacable hatred for the Grand Duke, Ogareff will be a terrible menace when once his plan of betrayal is underway. Can anything prevent the final disaster? Is Michael Strogoff still trying, in this very last hour, to reach Irkutsk? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 24 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. As Ivan Ogareff planned with his spy Sangari to put Irkutsk to fire and the sword, Michael Strogoff and Nadia Fedor were still attempting the difficult and dangerous passage of the Angara. Inside the city, with calm indifference to the perils lying beyond the walls, the Grand Duke laid his plans for defense with General Vorontsov. Much had been done, but much remained to be done to give the city a chance of survival against the overwhelming odds against it.
Enter. Ah, General. You had my message then. I thought you were out on a tour of inspection.
Yes, Highness. I have just returned.
You visited the northern limits?
Yes. Our defences there are poor. The earthworks and the temporary moat will hold any initial attack, but a sustained attempt.
The artillery?
I've ordered every piece but those guarding each gate to be aligned across the earthworks there.
Good. It is necessary to be conservative when estimating the chances of war. But with all available artillery in position, the northern wall should be safe.
I trust that such will prove the case, Highness. We can do no more.
No, we must wait. Oh, I have a dispatch here which will interest you, General. It reached me half an hour ago. Read it.
General Kiselev. 50,000. Forced marches. Lena. Kerensk. 6 days.
Excellent news, is it not?
Highness, 50,000 Russians under Kiselev will be here in 6 days. Then we're to be relieved.
I thought I would keep the best news until the last. A brave and clever messenger broke through the Tartar lines and swam the river. If we can hold out for 6 days...
We can. I know we can.
One doubt has been exercising my mind tonight. Is it possible that the river might freeze over?
It is unlikely, Highness. I've seen the temperature fall 30 and 40 degrees below zero, and the Angara still carried down drifting ice. If the Tartars have no other means of crossing the river opposite the town, they won't enter the city that way. The bridge they built upriver could never be duplicated under the fire of our guns.
Your assurance puts my mind at rest.
You will try and gain some rest tonight, Highness?
What is the time?
2 o'clock in the morning.
2 o'clock. You may go, General. I wish to confer with our town council at 9 in the morning. There are problems of supply, hospitals, civil order. You will be there?
Punctually, Highness. Highness, if I might make a suggestion.
Speak.
You're tired. All but spent. Will you rest tonight, for all our sakes?
I thank you for your solicitude, General Vorontsov. I shall try and rest. Good night.
Good night, Highness.
Halt! Who goes there?
Irkutsk.
Pass, friend.
I do not wish to pass. Have you permission to talk?
Yes. This is a fixed post. It's cold. Haven't you a bed to go to?
Yes, I have a bed.
I'll be glad when old Peter comes to relieve me. Must be 20 degrees of frost tonight. Or this morning. It's almost dawn.
Do you think the Tartars will attack soon?
How should I know? But we'll be ready for them. They brought up some artillery last night. The Tartars will get a surprise if they try to come across the earthworks there.
What do your comrades think of our chances?
Eh? They don't care. They don't think about it most times. A soldier doesn't. You're a civilian, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am a civilian.
I thought so. It's a funny thing, you know. Civilians, like yourself. They seem to think that a soldier likes war, but he's never happier than when there's a bit of fighting. Trumpets giving the charge, swordplay, guns booming, all that sort of thing. But it's all nonsense. A soldier likes his good time like anyone else. A snug barracks, a bit of music, a girl, decent food.
You get all that in Irkutsk, don't you?
Yes, we do. And that might be one of the reasons why the Tartars won't get in here. We want to keep it that way. There are other reasons, too. Take me, for instance. I'm married. I've got a wife and 2 kids. What would these Tartars do if they got in here?
It chills my heart to think of it.
Well, maybe I wouldn't have put it like that. But that's about it. Don't you worry. They won't get in.
What is your name, soldier?
Nikolai Chernov.
Nikolai Chernov. I shall remember the name.
Welcome. But why should you remember my name in particular?
Because you have given me new heart, Nikolai Chernov. I believe with you that Irkutsk shall not fall. Who are you? I seem An attack! Yes, the Tartars. See, messing on the far side of the earthworks. Now, Nikolai Chernov, do your work.
To arms! To arms!
Well? Colonel, the attack. It failed.
Well?
We were in position at dawn. Signal was given. We advanced. But there was artillery, massed beyond the earthworks. We were slaughtered in tens, in hundreds. With my own eyes, I saw...
Well?
Some of us. We reached the earthworks. But the Russians fought us hand to hand, with knives, with clubs of wood. One man in my company said he saw the Grand Duke himself fighting in the thick of the press.
And then?
It was finished, Colonel. Of our 2,000, only 300 remain alive and unwounded.
Who led the attack?
Captain Buskov.
I seem to remember him. Tell me, at what stage did the good captain blow out his brains?
Colonel, I do not understand. But Captain Buskov... It was very strange. When the fighting was finished, and our poor handful was gathered out of range of the Russian guns, Captain Buskov called for all there to follow him.
Well?
Colonel, none followed. Captain Buskov drew his saber, ran towards the earthworks. The Russians let him come. He ran to the foot of their defenses and struggled up through the wounded and the dying and the dead until he reached the top.
Gallant, I'm sure. And then?
A Russian officer stepped forward and they fought. Up and down the frozen earth as the sun rose across the Altai. Captain Buskov fought like a bear, and twice he forced the Russian to his knees. But he was exhausted with all the fighting he'd done. And soon the Russian beat him down, and his body fell back from the height, and down to the very foot of the earthworks.
Oh, a worthy officer, I'm sure. Is that all?
Colonel, that is all. Except for one small thing.
Yes?
As he fell backwards, the captain cried out. It was very still in the early morning, you understand. And we all of us heard what he said.
And what did he say?
Colonel, he said but one word. As he fell, he cried out, "Betrayed."
Sire, you're wounded. Let me help you.
No, General. Let me stand. And close the door.
Highness.
It is a mere scratch, General. There are 100 far worse than I. See that they are well taken care of. They fought like heroes.
All is in hand, Highness.
Disperse the artillery from the northern approaches.
But
have it done immediately, General. The Tartars won't attack our northern defenses again. They've had enough. Place the artillery in the original emplacements. They may follow up with another attack, but I doubt it.
It shall be done. I cannot understand it. 2,000 men made that attempt, and yet there was not one single shot fired at any other point.
Ill-advised, to say the least. However, that is our good fortune. Let us thank Providence, General, and be steeled in resolution to resist to the end. Send Captain Fedor to me, also the police chief and the chief of the merchants.
Yes, Highness.
Enter.
Your Highness, a courier has arrived from the Czar.
A courier? Bring him to me at once.
Highness, he is in the anteroom. I will fetch him immediately.
A courier? Highness, The news he carries may affect our whole plan for Irkutsk.
It may.
Highness.
You are a courier of the Czar?
Yes, Highness.
From Moscow?
Yes, Highness.
When did you leave Moscow?
On the 15th of July.
And your name, courier?
Strogoff. Michael Strogoff.
Ogareff the traitor has made good his boast that he would enter Irkutsk, and now stands before the Grand Duke in the guise of the man whose name he has taken. If Ogareff can convince the Grand Duke that he is indeed the real courier, and if he's given the freedom of the city, then will Irkutsk be most surely and most bitterly betrayed. Where is Michael Strogoff, the genuine courier? And how soon can he reach the side of the Duke and his advisers? Listen again when next we present Michael Strogoff, courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, courier of the Czar. Chapter 25 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. Even as the third attack on Irkutsk, treacherously and successfully betrayed by Ivan Ogareff, failed, the traitor was himself making plans for the downfall of the city. Plotting alone, or with his spy Zengari, Ogareff had taken the guise of Michael Strogoff, the Tsar's courier, and now stood before the Grand Duke. In all respects, Ogareff looked the part. His Russian uniform was torn and muddied. His face bore a newly healed scar. His appearance was of a man who'd traveled fast and far, and who'd not spared himself in the doing of it. Steadfastly, the Duke gazed in the eyes of the man who hated him with a burning and implacable hatred. And with iron control, Ogareff forced himself to bear the intense scrutiny. The Grand Duke signed to his officers to withdraw. The door closed. They were alone.
You are Michael Strogoff.
I am.
On the 15th of July, you were in Moscow?
Yes, Your Highness. And on the night of the 14th, I saw His Majesty the Czar at the new palace.
Have you a letter from the Czar?
Yes, Highness. Here it is.
Was the letter given to you in this state?
No, Your Highness. But I was obliged to tear the envelope to hide it from the Emir's soldiers.
You were taken prisoner by the Tartars?
Yes. I was their prisoner for several days. That's why I've taken so long on the journey. As the date on the letter shows, I left Moscow on the 15th of July. I have traveled for 79 days, today being the 2nd of October.
Excuse me. Michael Strogoff, do you know the contents of this letter?
Yes, Your Highness. I might have been obliged to destroy it to prevent it falling into the wrong hands. I memorized it in order to be able to give you the full content should I have lost it.
You know, then, that this letter enjoins us all to die rather than give up the town.
I know it.
You know also that it informs me of the movements of the troops who have combined to stop the invasion.
Yes, Your Highness. But these movements have not succeeded.
What do you mean?
I mean that Ishim, Omsk, and Tomsk, to speak only of the more important towns, have been successively occupied by the soldiers of Feofar Khan.
But there has been fighting. Have not our Cossacks met the Tartars?
Several times, Your Highness.
And they were repulsed?
They were not in sufficient force to oppose the enemy.
Where did these encounters take place?
At Kolyvan, at Tomsk, and a third time before Krasnoyarsk.
Krasnoyarsk. What of that engagement?
It was more than an engagement, Your Highness. It was a battle.
A battle?
20,000 Russians from the frontier provinces and the government of Tobolsk engaged with 150,000 Tartars. Notwithstanding their courage, they were overwhelmed.
You lie!
I speak the truth, Your Highness. I was present at the Battle of Krasnoyarsk, for it was there that I was taken prisoner.
What day did this Battle of Krasnoyarsk take place?
On the 2nd of September.
And now all the Tartar troops are concentrated round Irkutsk?
All.
What is your estimate of their strength?
400,000 men.
400,000. And you say that I cannot expect any help from the West provinces?
None, Your Highness, and certainly not before the end of winter.
Well, hear this, Michael Strogoff. Though I must expect no help either from the East or from the West, even were these barbarians 600,000 strong, I will never give up Irkutsk.
No, Your Highness.
In this letter, I am warned of a traitor. He will try to enter Irkutsk in disguise, gain my confidence, and when the time comes, betray the town to the Tartars.
I know all that, Your Highness. And I know also that Ivan Ogareff has sworn to revenge himself personally on the Tsar's brother.
Why?
It is said that the officer in question was condemned by the Grand Duke to a humiliating degradation.
Yes, I remember. But it is proof that the villain who could afterwards serve against his country and head an invasion of barbarians deserved it.
His Majesty the Tsar was particularly anxious that you should be warned of Ogareff and his designs against your person.
The letter informs me of that.
And His Majesty himself spoke to me of it, telling me that in my journey across Siberia, I was above all things to beware of the traitor.
Did you meet with him?
Yes, Your Highness. After the Battle of Krasnoyarsk. If he had only guessed that I was the bearer of a letter to Your Highness, and one in which his intentions were revealed, I should not have got off so lightly.
No, you would have been lost. How did you manage to escape?
By throwing myself into the Irtysh River.
And how did you enter Irkutsk?
Under cover of the attack this morning.
But none of the attackers set foot beyond our earthworks there.
A body of your troops sallied out to help the wounded among the Tartars. I was able to attract their attention, and once I had made myself known to them, there was no difficulty in gaining confidence.
Good, Michael Strogoff. You have shown courage and zeal in your difficult mission. I will not forget you. Have you any favor to ask of me?
None. Unless it is to be allowed to fight at the side of Your Highness.
So be it. I attach you from today to my personal staff, and you shall be lodged in the palace.
And if Ivan Ogareff should somehow present himself to Your Highness under a false name...
He will be unmasked, thanks to you who know him. Then he will die the traitor's death he deserves. Leave me now.
Your Highness. Enter.
Well? You Captain Strogoff, the courier who arrived from Moscow yesterday?
I am.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Captain Fedor, commanding the force of former exiles under the Grand Duke.
I'm happy to make your acquaintance, Captain Fedor. You are responsible for part of the city's defenses?
For the Balkaya Gate.
The Balkaya Gate? Indeed. I should very much like to accompany you when you next make your rounds. Having offered my services to the Grand Duke, I'm anxious to make myself as proficient as possible in my knowledge of the defense plan of the city.
Of course, and I shall be happy to assist you. Captain Strogoff, the reason for my visit tonight is a personal one. My daughter left Moscow at approximately the same date as yourself to join me here in Irkutsk. Her letter indicated as much. I have had no news of her since the invasion began.
She was in Moscow on the 15th of July?
Yes?
I'm afraid that your daughter will have fallen into the hands of the Tartars, Captain Fedor. Unfortunately, it is only too probable that your daughter must have passed the frontier. Your only hope is that she heard of the invasion before crossing.
Oh, Nadia. Nadia.
It is unfortunate.
Yes. Yes, unfortunate. Well, Captain Strogoff, if you would care to visit the Balkaya Gate, I shall be only too happy to take you there.
I am most eager to see it. Shall we go there now?
Come.
Captain Fedor, your report?
The situation is normal, Your Highness. No movement has been sighted from the Balkaya Gate for the last 48 hours.
No movement. From every point of our defenses, the reports are the same. No movement. The Tartars have suspended operations completely.
It is an uneasy truth, Your Highness.
It is. What are they planning? Surely they must know that an attempt will be made to relieve the city from outside.
Your Highness, I understand that Captain Strogoff estimated the Tartar strength at some 400,000.
That is so.
Your Highness, I cannot doubt that his estimate was made in all good faith, but I believe it to be quite false.
Why?
400,000 men could not live for so long without ready sources of supply. And furthermore, such a force could overwhelm this city by combined assault within a matter of hours. At some cost, perhaps, but they could accomplish it.
I agree, Captain Fedor. The Tartar force is probably in the vicinity of 70,000 able-bodied men. But why haven't they attacked in force? It is now the 5th of October, and we've heard nothing from them for 3 days. Why? Why?
Sangari, do not answer me, but listen and obey. Go to the Amir and tell him I shall open the Balkaya Gate at 2 o'clock in the morning. Make 2 diversionary attacks on the northern defenses. The signal to begin will be the river of flame. I shall set it afire at 15 minutes to 2. Go.
Thank you, Nadia. It was fortunate for us that we found such a large rock behind.
Those poor people in the raft. I wonder if they escaped.
Look ahead, Nadia. Are we nearing the quays?
Yes, about 300 yards, I think.
And it's nearing 2 o'clock in the morning. We're almost there. It'll not be difficult now. I can easily convince the guards of my identity.
Michael, the Tartars are astir. I can see bodies of horsemen moving up the river.
Perhaps it's an attack developing.
We are within 50 yards of the quays.
We shall have to swim the last few yards. I shall support you. When we're at the closest point to the quays, tell me, and we'll swim.
Yes, Michael.
You're not afraid?
Not now. Oh, Michael, it's nearly over. I'm so happy.
Brave Nadia.
Get ready, Michael. We are...
Nadia, for the love of heaven, what is it? What is it? I can feel the light.
The whole river is burning. The whole river is burning. Michael! Michael!
Ivan Ogareff has thrown the lighted taper, which is the signal for the diversionary attacks. Within 15 minutes, the Balkaya Gate will be open to the barbarian Tartars, and the whole city betrayed to fire and sword. For a moment, Michael stands upright on the perilous floe, his lean face lit by the flames, spreading hungrily across the river. And then all, Michael, Nadia, and the keys, so nearly won, vanish in a pall of flame and smoke. Listen again, when next we present Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Library of Adventure, featuring the great adventures of yesterday, dramatized for the boys and girls of today. Michael Strogoff, Courier of the Czar. Chapter 26 of the story adapted from the novel by Jules Verne. On the fateful night of October the 5th, events moved swiftly in the rival camps of Tartars and Russians. 2 days before, Ivan Ogareff, in the guise of Michael Strogoff, had made his way into the beleaguered city of Irkutsk. There he convinced the Grand Duke that he had indeed traveled across Siberia as a courier of the Czar. Making contact with his spy Zangari, Ogareff gave her a message for the Amir. It was to the effect that the Bolkaya Gate, in charge of Vasily Fedor, would be opened at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 6th of October. The signal for the diversionary attacks was to be the firing of the oil-covered river. Michael and Nadia, having escaped from an earlier attack, were traveling towards the quays outside the city when Ogareff did his evil work. In a moment, the river was a roaring flame. Meanwhile, immediately before these events, the Grand Duke was discussing with Captain Vasily Fedor the chances of a full-scale Tartar attack.
Nothing more can be done, Your Highness. We have taken every precaution against attack. The river is not yet frozen, nor will it freeze, according to those who have lived in the city for some years.
That is a small consolation. Captain Fedor, you are doubtless wondering why I called you at this hour in the morning.
I am at your service always, Highness.
You have proved your worth, Captain Fedor. As a soldier with cool and appraising judgment, I value your advice. I hope I may have gained your friendship.
I am happy to have it so.
I am sometimes weighed down in spirit with a burden of responsibility which lies upon me here, on all of us who are charged with the defensive strategy of the city.
If there is anything more that I can do...
There is nothing, except to keep me company during this night's vigil. Until this thing is decided one way or the other, I cannot sleep.
General Vasiliev should arrive within 2 days.
Yes. When he arrives to take the Tartars in the flank, we shall make strong sorties from the city. I'm sure that we can destroy the bulk of the Tartar army. Oh, but the waiting, it is the waiting that breaks down the morale.
It was fortunate that Your Highness was warned of the traitor Ogareff.
Indeed. Captain Strogoff performed a brilliant mission in carrying his dispatch to me.
Ogareff, I wonder how he intended to enter the city. He would need to be a man of iron nerve, of almost incredible determination.
I am assured by my brother the Czar that Ogareff is such a man. However, he has not yet shown himself. I wonder if... Captain Fedor.
Your Highness.
Fetch Captain Strogoff to me, if you would. His room is directly below this, looking over the river. There is something I wish to discuss with him. I'm sure he will not mind being disturbed at this hour. He is quite devoted to our cause.
Yes, Highness. Captain Strogoff. Captain Strogoff. Not here. Strange. Captain Strogoff. Out on his rounds, probably. No matter.
Fool. Out on my rounds, eh? My round will be by the Bolkaya Gate. Now, the taper. The light. Now is the moment, Ivan.
Captain Strogoff was not in his room, Your Highness. Probably out on his rounds. He has shown great interest in the fortifications of the city.
Yes, I have noticed that. "15 minutes to 2 o'clock. How dark it is tonight. A perfect night for... Great heaven!
Fire! On the river!
Rouse the aides. Have every man to his post. Call my council to the war room.
What are you doing?
Michael, he's here. Ivan Ogareff is here.
You are the woman who traveled with the courier. Be silent.
Michael!
Be silent.
Michael, he's going to...
Here, Nadia.
Oh, take care, Michael. The traitor is armed. He can see you.
Stand back, Nadia. Shut the door. The Tsar's courier has nothing to fear today. Let him come on if he dares.
Now, blind man, let us settle accounts, eh? You cannot see me. You cannot hear me. You are armed with a knife. I am armed with a sword. The advantage is with me, I think. I am silent now. In a moment, I shall kill you. How did you parry my sword?
Fight.
Inhuman. You are inhuman. No, you parried again.
Fight.
You are not blind. You can see. I know you can see.
Yes, Ivan Ogareff, I can see. I see the mark of the whip which I gave you, traitor and coward. I see the place where I'm about to strike you. My knife against your sword. Defend yourself, traitor!
No.
Fight!
Michael, he's dead. And you are not blind.
What is the meaning of... Who killed that man?
I.
Seize him! Before I give the order to have your brains blown out, what is your name?
Your Highness, ask me the name of the man who lies dead at your feet.
I know him. He was a servant of my brother, the Tsar's courier.
That man was not a courier. His name was Ivan Ogareff.
Ivan Ogareff?
Yes. Ivan the traitor.
Then, who are you?
Michael Strogoff, courier of the Czar.
Highness, every attack has been beaten off. The fires on the river bank have been extinguished. The Tartars have been thoroughly defeated, and our patrols are still searching for survivors of the battle at the Balkaya Gate.
Excellent, Captain Fedor. Evidently the traitor Ogareff had planned to open that gate. Now, I have 2 items of news for you. The first is that General Kiselev and 50,000 men have taken the Tartars in the flank. The battle, according to the latest dispatch, is almost over. Irkutsk is delivered out of the hands of its enemies. And within a month, all Siberia and the western provinces will once more be in our hands.
It is grand news, Your Highness.
And now another item of news which will be more to your personal taste. It seems that... No. I am going to enjoy this with you. Captain Fedor, I order you to attend me for the space of 1 hour. Come.
But, Michael, how was it that you weren't blinded? You kept it from me. And your true mission to Irkutsk.
When the executioner passed the sword across my eyes, they were full of tears. Rage, shame, I know not. But they neutralized the action of the white-hot blade.
So that when Ogareff held the letter before you, you actually read it?
Yes. I realized immediately how vital it was that I reach Irkutsk. I realized, too, that my apparent blindness might be the means of saving our lives. It proved to be so.
Oh, Michael, can you ever forgive me? I knew that you were eager to reach the city, but sometimes I could not understand such iron resolution, such unrelenting determination. You seemed almost inhuman at times.
Nadia, when I am with you, now at our journey's end, all the past is forgotten, and I feel very human. Tell me, when you left Riga to come to Irkutsk, did you leave it with any other regret than that for your mother?
No, none except that.
Nothing of your heart remains there?
Nothing, Michael.
Oh, Nadia, my very dearest.
Oh, Michael. Michael.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Your Highness.
Do not curtsy to me, Nadia Fedor. Rather should I kneel before your courage in supporting the man you believe to be blind through all those terrible miles. Captain, will you enter?
Nadia.
Father.
Captain Strogoff, I think we might retire for a few moments. Our presence is not entirely necessary.
Monsieur Jolivet, I'm glad that we decided to enter Irkutsk with the first troops of General Kiselev.
Indeed, Mr. Blunt. By so doing, we've been able to report at first hand the remarkable story of the relief of the city. And from the faces of the two young people yonder, the happy conclusion to another story.
They deserve it, both of them.
And doesn't it make you feel as if you'd like to imitate them?
Well, if I had a cousin like yours...
My cousin Madeleine? Oh, no, she's not to be married.
Well, then so much the better. I've heard tell of difficulties arising between London and Pekin.
Mr. Blunt, I am going to Pekin. Will you join me?
With pleasure, Monsieur Jolivet.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt.
Courier of the Czar.
And so concludes our story of the Man of Iron, the courier whose desperate courage saved an empire for her Czar. In the city of Omsk, old Marfa saw her son once more and gave the young couple her blessing as they sped across the frozen steppes towards Moscow. In the course of time, Michael reached a high station in the empire, for seldom are men found who have the courage, tenacity, and iron will of Michael Strogoff, courier of the Czar.